Ancient discoveries often raise more questions than they answer, inviting us to look closer at a world far older and far stranger than the familiar timelines found in textbooks. Powerful civilizations rose and vanished long before written history took shape, leaving behind objects and structures that challenge our understanding of what early societies were capable of. Some artifacts show craftsmanship so refined it feels out of place for their era, while others reveal symbolic systems we can recognize but not fully decode. Each discovery holds a fragment of a forgotten story, a clue to cultures whose beliefs, skills, and identities remain hidden behind layers of time. Tonight, we'll explore a collection of archaeological mysteries that continue to puzzle researchers even after decades of investigation. From stones carved with unknown symbols to artifacts crafted with techniques that seem impossibly advanced, these finds remind us how little we truly know about the people who came before us. So settle in, relax, and let your imagination wander as we revisit the most enigmatic discoveries ever uncovered. Across a barren stretch of Peru's southern coast, the landscape opens in broad lines of sand and pale earth, forming a world that feels untouched by anything but time. The ground here carries almost no vegetation, only dry ridges, exposed rock, and the faint traces of ancient paths worn into the soil long before written memory existed. The Paracas Peninsula is unlike many archaeological regions because it holds its secrets not beneath deep layers of forest or crumbling cities, but beneath open desert that preserves what humans left behind with unusual clarity. In this harsh environment, where the Pacific meets a plateau of ochre cliffs, a burial tradition once flourished that produced some of the most extraordinary remains ever uncovered. Among them are skulls whose shapes have captured global attention, elongated forms so pronounced that they appear almost as artifacts from a separate branch of humanity, even though they belong to people who lived, worked, worshipped, and died on this coastline more than 2,000 years ago. The discovery of these skulls did not happen in a single moment. Explorers and researchers during the early 20th century unearthed burial bundles wrapped in richly colored textiles, each bundle containing the remains of individuals placed carefully in seated positions. The climate had protected them remarkably well, allowing archaeologists to handle woven cloth, hair, and organic materials that would have decayed anywhere else. When the wrappings were gently removed, the skulls beneath revealed contours unlike those familiar to modern observers. They stretched backward in long, smooth curves, creating silhouettes that raised immediate questions. Some displayed cranial capacities significantly larger than those of surrounding populations, pushing researchers to examine them not only as cultural artifacts, but as anatomical puzzles. When viewed closely, the craftsmanship involved in shaping these skulls becomes apparent. The practice began during infancy, when the bones were soft and the head could be gently guided with bindings and cradle boards. But the Paracas examples stand out for their symmetry and refinement. Instead of irregular flattening or uneven compression seen in many head-shaping traditions worldwide, the Paracas skulls extend in sweeping arcs that appear deliberately sculpted. Their surfaces show little distortion or stress, as if the shaping had been performed with such consistency that the skull grew into its new form without apparent strain. Families must have tended to these bindings daily, adjusting them with care, ensuring that the head expanded in ways considered ideal by their community. The result is a physical transformation that required years of attention, making it not a ritual performed on a single occasion, but a long-term expression of cultural identity. The people who carried out this practice belonged to a complex society known for its art, textiles, and ceremonial traditions. The burial textiles surrounding these skulls reveal a world that valued color, pattern, and symbolism. Some fabrics contain intricate imagery showing stylized human and animal figures, woven with thread counts that astonish modern experts. The dyes used in these cloths retain their vibrancy even after 2 millennia, suggesting not only technical mastery, but access to pigment sources gathered or traded from surrounding regions. These textiles were not merely clothing. They functioned as markers of status, ceremonial identifiers, and guardians of the dead. Their presence in burial bundles alongside elongated skulls implies that both the physical form and the cloth wrapping it held deep significance within Paracas belief systems. The burial sites themselves provide further insight. Many of the tombs at Cerro Colorado, a prominent location on the peninsula, were carved into the soft earth and lined with stones or reed mats. Bodies were placed with their knees drawn to their chests, heads tilted in ways that emphasized their elongated shapes. Offerings accompanied them, carved gourds, feathered ornaments, tools, and symbolic objects whose meanings remain partly unknown. Nothing about these burials suggests haste or indifference. Each detail reflects careful preparation, demonstrating that those with elongated skulls occupied respected positions. Whether these individuals represented a hereditary elite or specific lineages tied to spiritual authority remains uncertain, but the consistency of their burials indicates they belong to a recognized and possibly revered social group. One of the more intriguing aspects of the Paracas skulls lies in their internal structure. Some contain parietal plates arranged differently from what is typically observed in human anatomy. Although many of these variations can occur naturally, their frequency within specific burial clusters has sparked long debates among researchers. Some skulls show only 2 major parietal segments rather than the more common 3. Others display curvature patterns that seem too uniform to have resulted solely from external pressure. Specialists remain cautious when interpreting these features, avoiding speculation beyond what evidence can support. Yet the combination of unusual shaping, genetic signals that differ from surrounding populations, and consistent burial treatment paints a picture of a group distinct in appearance, ancestry, and cultural role. DNA analysis performed on limited samples added another layer of complexity. Mitochondrial lineages, which trace maternal ancestry, showed markers uncommon in nearby Andean communities. While the sample size was small and cannot represent an entire population, the presence of unusual maternal signatures suggests long-distance migration or contact. The possibility that groups from outside the central Andes moved into the Paracas region during its early phases aligns with evidence of trade and cultural exchange along the coast. The textiles found in these tombs reveal influences from regions as far north as modern-day Ecuador and possibly beyond. The coastal highway, formed by ocean currents, trade routes, and migratory paths, may have facilitated interactions across wide distances long before recorded history. To understand why head shaping became a defining feature of Paracas identity, one must look beyond the physical form and consider how societies express belonging. For many ancient cultures, modifying the body was a way of visually encoding social status. Tattoos, piercings, scarification, and cranial shaping acted as markers of lineage, beauty, or spiritual alignment. Among Paracas people, the elongated skull may have symbolized noble heritage or proximity to ancestral powers. Its prominence in burials and its association with elaborate textiles suggest it carried meaning beyond aesthetic preference. Those who bore this shape may have served roles involving ritual leadership, coordination of community affairs, or preservation of cosmological knowledge. The form itself became a signifier, a visible reminder of the individual's place within a network of relationships linking the living to their ancestors. Archaeologists studying the peninsula found signs of a society that thrived in a challenging environment through ingenuity and adaptation. The dry climate supported cotton cultivation, which in turn supported extensive textile production. Fishing communities developed sophisticated nets, hooks, and storage techniques. Exploiting the rich Pacific waters, Paracas people built early irrigation systems that allowed them to farm on otherwise barren land. Their ceramics, though less ornate than those of later cultures, display a distinctive style characterized by incised designs and precise shapes. Every aspect of their material culture demonstrates intentionality, suggesting that the dramatic shaping of the skull was part of a larger constellation of practices that defined their identity. The desert conditions preserved not only human remains, but also hair, skin fragments, and woven cords, giving researchers an unparalleled glimpse into daily life. Some elongated skulls still carry strands of hair arranged in intricate braids or covered with headdresses. These adornments provide clues about gender roles, beauty standards, and even social activities. Hairstyles may have held symbolic meanings tied to life stages or achievements. Combined with the elongated shape of the skull, these visual markers created an identity immediately recognizable within the community. A person's appearance conveyed information about heritage, responsibilities, and perhaps their connection to mythological or ancestral narratives. Scientific studies continue to refine our understanding of how these skulls developed. The consistent curvature suggests bindings were applied with even pressure, possibly through padded boards secured by woven straps. The process would have begun soon after birth and continued for several years, gradually encouraging the skull to grow in the desired direction. Because infants' cranial bones are malleable, shaping could occur without causing trauma if managed carefully. The smooth, rounded surfaces of Paracas skulls suggest families followed a well-established method passed down over generations. Each adjustment required vigilance, ensuring the bindings did not slip or exert uneven force. This dedication reflects how deeply the practice was woven into the fabric of Paracas life. Excavations on the peninsula also revealed woven slings, cradle fragments, and head support structures that may have played roles in guiding skull shape. These objects show wear consistent with daily use, indicating that shaping was not confined to special rituals, but integrated into routine care. Infants wrapped in textile bundles could have been carried or cradled in ways that ensured continuous pressure on the skull. Families likely developed techniques to balance comfort and shaping, reflecting both affection and cultural responsibility. Over time, the resulting head shape would signal that the individual had been raised according to tradition, reinforcing community ties and shared identity. Some researchers note that the elongated skulls often appear in the same areas where high-status goods cluster. This pattern suggests that shaping may have marked membership in a privileged lineage, perhaps descended from founding ancestors whose authority extended across generations. The presence of unusual maternal DNA hints at a story involving migration or long-distance ties, perhaps linking Paracas elites to groups far beyond the peninsula. Whether these connections arose through marriage, trade, or shared spiritual traditions remains unknown, but the evidence highlights the complexity of Paracas society. The dramatic shape of the skull may also have carried cosmological significance. Many cultures associate the head with spiritual power, viewing it as the seat of identity, memory, or connection to higher realms. Elongating the skull might have symbolized an elevated state of being, an alignment with supernatural forces, or a physical embodiment of mythological beings. While direct evidence of Paracas belief systems is limited, the imagery on their textiles often depicts stylized figures with exaggerated features, elongated forms, or symbolic ornaments. These motifs suggest a worldview in which the physical body could reflect spiritual truths, making head shaping a way of expressing one's place in a larger cosmic order. Archaeologists observing these tombs often remark on the atmosphere created by their arrangement. Bundles placed in circular formations or clustered in groups indicate relationships among the deceased individuals with elongated skulls, sometimes appear positioned at central points within burial chambers, as if their presence anchored the group. The textile wrappings that encase them form layered cocoons, creating a sense of continuity between life and death. The desert silence surrounding these tombs heightens the impression that these practices held profound spiritual meaning. Even today, standing among the excavated tombs or gazing across the barren landscape evokes a deep sense of connection to a society that expressed its values through both art and anatomy. The Paracas skulls remain the most visible reminder of this culture's intricate traditions. Their presence raises questions not only about biological adaptation, but about identity, belonging, and the lengths to which societies go to mark significance. Each skull represents years of intention, care, and cultural transmission, embodying a world where the physical form served as a living record of ancestry and belief. The desert continues to guard many of these remains, offering glimpses into a past that still challenges modern assumptions. The deeper archaeologists explored the Paracas Peninsula, the clearer it became that the elongated skulls were only one part of a tightly woven cultural system. Excavations revealed settlement layers filled with tools, pigments, and everyday objects that helped piece together the environment in which these practices took shape. The desert itself, though harsh, offered certain advantages. The arid climate slowed decay, preserving not just bones but delicate fibers and organic matter that rarely survive elsewhere. This allowed researchers to reconstruct elements of Paracas life with unusual precision. Homes built of adobe and reed stood near coastal plains, shaped into low structures that provided shelter from wind and heat. These homes, though simple on the surface, contained storage pits, weaving spaces, and domestic items such as grinding stones and spindle whorls that testified to an active and organized community. Examining these domestic artifacts gives insight into how the elongated skulls fit within daily routines. For a shaping system to function, families had to manage feeding, sleeping, and carrying infants without disturbing the bindings. Cotton cloths, soft pads, and wooden supports found at several sites may have formed part of this caregiving system. These objects show signs of prolonged use, suggesting they played roles in maintaining consistent pressure on the skull. The integration of these tools into ordinary household spaces indicates that shaping was not reserved for ritual specialists, but practiced in homes, passed from mother to child through generations. This continuity reflects cultural stability, suggesting that the Paracas community had strong family structures that upheld shared values. Fishing tools found along the coast reveal another aspect of Paracas life. Nets woven with fine cotton threads, weighted with shaped stones, show a level of skill deeply connected to the textile traditions visible in burial bundles. Families likely depended on both agriculture and fishing for sustenance. The sea provided fish, shellfish, and marine mammals, while cultivated crops supplied the rest of their needs. This balance between land and sea may have shaped their worldview, influencing the symbols woven into textiles and painted on ceramics. Some patterns depict beings that appear part human and part animal, perhaps representing deities or ancestors who mediated between natural realms. The elongated skulls, with their distinctive form, may have embodied these same ideas, further reinforcing their cultural function. The peninsula's strategic position along trade routes also played a role. Evidence of imported materials, such as obsidian blades from the highlands, exotic feathers, and certain dyes, indicates long-distance exchange networks. These connections imply that Paracas society was not isolated but engaged with different regions, absorbing influences and technologies while maintaining its unique identity. The elongated skulls may have distinguished local elites within these networks, making them recognizable to outsiders. In a world where physical appearance could convey authority or heritage, head shaping served as a visible language that communicated social meaning even across cultural boundaries. One of the most fascinating discoveries relates to the textiles used in both daily life and ritual contexts. Among the finds were feathered capes, richly woven mantles, and embroidered garments showing scenes that appear to blend mythology with historical memory. Some display figures with elongated heads, stylized but unmistakable in their resemblance to the skulls found in the tombs. This repetition across multiple forms of art hints that the head shape held symbolic significance, representing ideals or ancestral connections. The placement of these textiles in tombs, layered carefully around the bodies, reinforces their importance. They did not merely accompany the dead, they framed them, blanketing the skull and torso in patterns that may have communicated identity, lineage, or spiritual status. Archaeologists studying the burial chambers have noted that some individuals with elongated skulls were placed in positions of prominence. Their bundles sat at the center of group burials, surrounded by those without such extreme shaping. This spatial arrangement suggests a hierarchy expressed even in death. Whether this hierarchy was rigid or fluid over time is difficult to determine, but the consistent placement of elongated skull individuals at significant points within tombs hints at long-standing traditions. Their roles in life may have included leadership, ceremony, or mediation between everyday concerns and the symbolic world expressed through art and ritual. Ceramic finds provide additional clues. Paracas pottery often features incised designs filled with resinous pigments, showing faces, animals, and geometric patterns. Some vessels depict heads with exaggerated forms, suggesting that the elongated shape was integrated into visual storytelling. The precision of these designs reflects skilled craftsmanship. Likely tied to both practical and ceremonial uses, pottery could have served as ritual offerings, household tools, or markers of special events. The presence of these vessels alongside skulls in tombs strengthens the idea that the elongated head was more than an aesthetic choice. It was embedded in the cultural language that shaped identity and memory. Scientific analysis of the skulls has continued to refine understanding of their development. Modern imaging techniques reveal that many Paracas skulls exhibit consistent bone thickness and internal structure, suggesting that shaping occurred gradually without causing physiological harm. The smooth surfaces and lack of stress fractures support the idea that the practice was controlled and carefully monitored. This level of anatomical adaptation highlights the knowledge Paracas families held regarding infant development. They understood how to influence skull growth without compromising health, a skill likely passed through generations. The process required attention not only to bindings, but to nutrition, comfort, and general care, demonstrating an intimate understanding of child rearing that extended beyond simple survival. Environmental remains found in settlements, seeds, fish bones, and plant fibers shed light on the foods consumed by Paracas people. The diet appears balanced, combining marine resources with cultivated crops such as cotton, beans, and gourds. The availability of these resources would have supported stable communities capable of sustaining complex cultural practices. Stability may have allowed families to invest time in long-term traditions such as head shaping, weaving, and ceremonial preparation. These practices, in turn, reinforced a sense of continuity and belonging, connecting each generation to its predecessors. One remarkable aspect of Paracas culture is the use of communal spaces for ritual activities. Archaeological surveys have identified areas where large gatherings may have taken place, marked by stone arrangements, geoglyphs, or platforms. These spaces could have served as venues for ceremonies involving music, dance, or offerings. In such settings, individuals with elongated skulls might have played central roles, their appearance marking them as inheritors of knowledge or authority. The visibility of their head shape would have made them stand out during these events, reinforcing their position within the social hierarchy. Some skulls show signs of healed injuries, indicating that individuals lived through episodes of trauma or conflict. These healed fractures reveal that Paracas society, like many ancient communities, faced challenges such as interpersonal violence or warfare. Yet the survival of these individuals suggests access to care and treatment. Even with an elongated skull, the cranial structure remained functional and resilient, allowing people to live fully, despite their modified shape. This resilience challenges modern assumptions about the fragility of altered skulls and underscores the adaptability of human anatomy. Another significant detail emerges from the analysis of dental remains. Toothware patterns reveal diets that included both soft and abrasive foods, reflecting the dual reliance on cultivated crops and marine resources. In some cases, teeth show signs of deliberate modification, such as filing or notching, suggesting additional forms of bodily expression. These dental practices, combined with head shaping, create a broader picture of a culture that used the body as a canvas for identity. Each modification carried meaning, reinforcing one's place within a network of symbols tying individuals to their community and ancestors. The layout of Paracas settlements also provides insight into social organization. Houses built close together suggest communal living arrangements or extended family groups. Pathways connecting these homes indicate frequent interaction, shared responsibilities, and collective activities such as weaving, food preparation, and childcare. In such environments, head shaping would have been a familiar sight, woven into daily routines. Children with bound heads would have been carried, cradled, fed, and comforted within these bustling spaces, their appearance accepted as part of the normal rhythm of life. Climate played a crucial role in shaping Paracas society. The peninsula experiences minimal rainfall, making water a precious resource. Families relied on seasonal streams, wells, and fog collectors to sustain their crops. The need to manage water effectively may have encouraged cooperation and planning, strengthening community ties. These shared challenges could have formed the foundation for collective rituals and beliefs that expressed unity. The elongated skulls, as part of this symbolic universe, may have served as markers of membership in a community capable of thriving in such an unforgiving environment. The cultural landscape surrounding Paracas shifted over time, especially with the rise of the Nazca culture further south. Nazca art, building upon earlier traditions, adopted new forms while maintaining certain continuities. Some scholars suggest that elements of Paracas heritage carried forward into Nazca practices, though the extreme cranial shaping diminished or transformed. This transition raises questions about how deeply the shaping practice was tied to specific lineages or epochs. The fact that it waned suggests that the social or spiritual significance attached to it changed over time, possibly due to shifts in leadership, belief systems, or population dynamics. The geoglyphs found in nearby regions offer another dimension to understanding Paracas' worldview. Large lines etched into the desert, visible only from elevated positions, depict animals, human forms, or geometric shapes. While these geoglyphs are more commonly associated with Nazca, some may originate from earlier Paracas phases. Their creation required coordinated labor and a shared symbolic language. The elongated skulls may have belonged to individuals responsible for planning or overseeing such monumental tasks, their appearance reinforcing their authority in both practical and ritual contexts. Analyzing the social implications of elongated skulls requires considering how identity was constructed within Paracas life. Physical appearance communicated lineage, status, and connection to ancestral tradition. The skull's shape, visible from a distance, marked individuals as belonging to specific families or roles. This visual cue could organize community interactions, determining who spoke during ceremonies, who held leadership positions, or who performed tasks involving spiritual or political authority. The fact that shaping began during infancy indicates that identity was encoded early, shaping not only the skull, but the child's place within society from the outset. The desert continues to reveal new discoveries, as shifting sands sometimes expose burial sites previously unseen. Each new find reinforces the complexity of Paracas society. Some burial bundles contain multiple layers of cloth, each layer decorated with different patterns or colors. These layers may represent stages of life, achievements, or family affiliations. The skulls within these bundles, carefully positioned and surrounded by meaningful objects, reflect the culmination of a lifetime lived within a culture that valued physical expression as a bridge between the individual and the larger world. Researchers continue to study these remains with evolving technologies, using microanalysis, DNA extraction, and 3D imaging to unlock details that would have been impossible to recover decades ago. These methods reveal nuances in bone growth, health, and ancestry that help reconstruct the lives behind the skulls. They deepen understanding of Paracas society, not as an anomaly, but as a vibrant culture enriched by traditions, craftsmanship, and symbolic practices that shaped individual identity as surely as they shaped the skull. This ongoing work underscores how much remains to be learned. Each skull offers a window into a world where appearance conveyed meaning, textiles communicated history, and burial rituals expressed connection to ancestors. The elongated forms, preserved with unexpected clarity, continue to inspire careful study and reflection. They speak to human creativity, adaptability, and the desire to express belonging in ways that transcend time. The first impression of the Sutton Hoo helmet is not merely of an object fashioned for war, but of something that seems to watch its observer as closely as it is being watched. The faceplate, with its staring metal eyes and stern contours, creates a presence that feels intentional, as if the maker sought to convey authority even through stillness. When archaeologists uncovered the fragments of this helmet in the early 20th century, they did not immediately realize they had found one of the most important artifacts from early medieval Europe. Only after painstaking reconstruction did the full form emerge, a helm that combined protection, symbolism, artistry, and power into a single expression of Anglo-Saxon identity during a period marked by shifting alliances, emerging kingdoms, and cultural blending. The helmet was discovered within a ship burial at Sutton Hoo, a site overlooking the River Deben in eastern England. The burial itself dates to roughly the early 7th century, a time when the region we now call England consisted of multiple competing kingdoms. East Anglia, where the burial was found, held its own distinct traditions influenced by both Scandinavian migrants and indigenous British groups. The ship, whose timbers had long since decayed, left only an imprint in the soil, yet the shape was unmistakable. At its center lay the burial chamber, where armor, weapons, silverware, imported goods, and ornate textiles testified to the status of the figure once placed there. Among these treasures, the helmet stood out as a focal point, a piece whose craftsmanship signaled the presence of a person whose rank was likely close to kingship. The helmet itself was recovered in over 500 fragments, making its reconstruction a feat of patience and scholarship. Specialists arranged each piece like parts of a jigsaw puzzle, matching edges and decorations until the curved crown, cheek guards, and faceplate took shape. What emerged was a helmet made primarily of iron, covered with panels of tinned bronze. These panels bore intricate designs, animals intertwined in complex interlace patterns, warriors facing each other in symmetrical arrangements, and stylized motifs whose meanings continue to provoke discussion among historians. The interlace animals often appear to bite or grip one another, reflecting a style common in early medieval Northern Europe. Such imagery may have held protective connotations, embodying strength or warding off harmful forces. One of the most striking features of the helmet is the warrior motif on the cheek pieces. The design shows two armed figures confronting each other, each holding shields and spears, their bodies elongated and stylized in a way that suggests both conflict and balance. Scholars have debated whether this scene represents ritual combat, mythological heroes, or symbolic guardians meant to defend the wearer not only physically, but spiritually. The helmet's face mask reinforces this idea. It features a metal nose, moustache, and eyebrows intricately decorated to resemble a boar, a creature widely associated with protection in early medieval cultures. The eyebrows end in stylized boar heads, while the ridge of the nose forms the creature's snout. Boar symbolism appears in multiple Anglo-Saxon texts and artifacts, often linked to ferocity, bravery, and the ability to repel danger. Wearing such imagery would have surrounded the individual with layers of meaning that extend far beyond simple decoration. The fusion of artistic styles present on the Sutton Hoo helmet reveals a world of cultural exchange. Its interlace motifs echo Scandinavian art, while some zoomorphic shapes resemble those found in Eastern Europe. Elements of the warrior imagery parallel styles from the Frankish regions of the continent. The presence of such diversity suggests that East Anglia was not a remote or isolated kingdom, but part of a wider network of trade and political interaction. Imported silver vessels found in the burial come from Byzantium and possibly from the Mediterranean. Garnets from weapon fittings originate from as far as India or Sri Lanka, traveling through complex trade routes that connected northern Europe to distant lands. The helmet fits within this global context, serving as both a practical object and a symbolic proclamation of status, identity, and connection to a broader world. Determining the exact function of the helmet requires careful consideration. It was clearly capable of providing real protection. The iron plates are substantial, and the construction methods demonstrate knowledge of effective defensive design. Yet the amount of decoration and the careful placement of symbolic imagery suggest that the helmet served ceremonial purposes as well. It may have been worn on ritual occasions, in assemblies, or during diplomatic gatherings where status needed to be communicated through visual display. The presence of the helmet in a ship burial implies that it held significant meaning for the deceased, possibly representing authority, lineage, or sacred responsibilities. Ship burials were exceptionally rare, reserved for individuals of extraordinary rank, reinforcing the idea that the helmet was more than a piece of military equipment. The burial chamber held other items that complement the helmet's symbolism: a coat of mail, weapons, drinking horns, silver bowls, and a ceremonial whetstone with carved human faces were positioned with deliberate care. The whetstone may have functioned as a symbol of kingship, and its presence alongside the helmet strengthens the argument that the burial belonged to someone of royal or near-royal status. Though scholars have proposed figures such as Radwald of East Anglia as possible candidates, no definitive identification has been made. What remains certain is that the person buried within the ship was someone whose life held great significance in the politics and society of the early medieval period. The face mask of the helmet deserves closer examination. Its design transforms the wearer's appearance, giving them an almost superhuman presence. The metal moustache follows the curve of the upper lip, while the eyebrows arch above the eye sockets in sweeping patterns that merge into animal heads. This integration of human and animal features reflects a symbolic tradition in which leaders were portrayed as embodying both human wisdom and animal strength. Similar motifs appear in depictions of warriors across Northern European traditions, suggesting a shared understanding of how power should be represented. The use of tin to plate the bronze panels created a bright, silvery sheen when new, meaning the helmet would have caught light dramatically in both indoor and outdoor settings. This reflective surface would amplify its visual impact, transforming the wearer into a figure who commanded attention. Interpreting the interlace panels requires understanding the artistic vocabulary of the period. Interlace designs involve lines that twist, loop, and weave around one another, forming knots or animal shapes that appear to flow seamlessly across the surface. These patterns may have held symbolic meanings connected to continuity, eternity, or the interwoven nature of existence. Though no written explanations survive from the people who created these designs, similar motifs appear in illuminated manuscripts, carved stones, and metalwork across Anglo-Saxon England and Scandinavia. Their prevalence suggests that early medieval craftsmen and audiences could interpret these signs, reading meaning into forms that modern viewers struggle to decipher. The helmet's interlace therefore served as a language of images, communicating values and beliefs that text cannot fully convey. The Sutton Hoo helmet also participates in a broader tradition of ceremonial helmets found in the region, though few examples approach its level of artistry. The Vendel and Valsgårda helmets from Sweden share several features with the Sutton Hoo example, including face masks, warrior motifs, and interlace patterns. These Scandinavian helmets likely belonged to elite warriors or nobles, reinforcing the idea that such imagery signified rank throughout Northern Europe. The similarities between the Sutton Hoo helmet and these Swedish finds point to cultural connections that may have arisen through migration, marriage alliances, or long-distance trade. The Anglo-Saxon kingdom of East Anglia had strong ties to Scandinavia, which may explain why its elite adopted stylistic elements from across the sea. One of the helmet's most intriguing features is the dragon that forms the crest along the top. This dragon's body runs from the back of the helmet to the brow of the face mask, its head positioned between the eyebrows. Its wings spread across the sides, integrated into the metal plates, while its tail extends toward the rear. The dragon motif appears frequently in Northern European art, representing strength, danger, and supernatural power. Dragons were not merely mythical creatures. They symbolized forces that demanded respect and caution. Incorporating such a creature into a helmet may have signified that the wearer possessed or invoked such power. The placement of the dragon along the crest, essentially crowning the wearer, emphasizes its importance within the helmet's symbolic program. The burial environment at Sutton Hoo also contributes to understanding the helmet's significance. The ship itself, though long decayed, left a clear imprint in the soil, outlining a vessel approximately 90 feet long with space for rowing crews. This ship was not intended for water travel after burial. Its placement on land suggests a symbolic journey into the afterlife. Within the burial chamber, items were arranged as if preparing the deceased for continued existence beyond death. The helmet occupied a place among weapons and regalia, implying that the individual would carry their authority into the next world. In this sense, the helmet functioned not only in life, but in death, serving as a marker of identity across different realms of existence. The absence of written records from East Anglia during this period adds to the helmet's mystery. Without contemporary descriptions of its function or meaning, scholars must rely on context, parallels, and careful analysis. Because of this, interpretations vary. Some researchers emphasize the helmet's role in warfare, pointing to its durable construction. Others highlight its ceremonial nature, noting that helmets with similar designs in Scandinavia were found in graves rather than battlefields. Still others propose that it served a dual purpose, both practical and symbolic, worn on special occasions and possibly in conflict when necessary. The truth may lie somewhere in the intersection of these views, reflecting the complexity of early medieval leadership, where rulers often embodied multiple roles: warrior, judge, priest, and diplomat. The helmet's condition when discovered, shattered into hundreds of pieces, raises questions about its history before burial. It may have been deliberately broken as part of a funerary rite, symbolizing transition or releasing its protective power to accompany the deceased. Alternatively, the collapse of the burial chamber over time may have crushed the helmet. Without direct evidence, both possibilities remain open, illustrating the challenges of interpreting archaeological finds without textual support. Such ambiguity contributes to the helmet's mystique, leaving space for carefully framed speculation, while grounded facts guide interpretation. Another key element to consider is the helmet's relationship to Anglo-Saxon identity. The early medieval period in England was characterized by overlapping traditions, Germanic migrants, indigenous Britons, and influences from the wider European mainland contributed to a dynamic cultural landscape. Material objects like the Sutton Hoo helmet reveal how identities were negotiated through art and display. The helmet's blend of Scandinavian, Frankish, and local styles suggests that the elites of East Anglia embraced a cosmopolitan identity, one that honored their heritage while engaging with broader cultural currents. The helmet becomes a statement not only of personal status, but of the kingdom's place in the larger early medieval world. The craftsmanship involved in creating the Sutton Hoo helmet required specialized knowledge. Metalworkers shaped iron plates, tinned bronze sheets, and cast decorative pieces with precision. The assembly process involved riveting plates to a supporting framework, ensuring both durability and aesthetic coherence. The application of tin to bronze created a bright surface that contrasted with the darker iron, highlighting the elaborate designs. The maker or makers of this helmet would have belonged to an elite class of artisans, capable of producing objects that conveyed political and spiritual authority. Their skill reflects a broader culture in which artistry and craftsmanship served essential roles in expressing power. Reconstruction of the helmet in the 20th century provided an opportunity to study these techniques. Specialists examined tool marks, rivet patterns, and casting methods to understand how early medieval smiths worked. Their findings reveal a high degree of sophistication. For example, the tinned bronze panels were carefully shaped to fit the helmet's curvature, and the interlaced designs were executed with a level of detail requiring immense patience. The face mask, constructed from multiple pieces, demonstrates mastery of form and proportion. Such craftsmanship underscores the importance of the helmet as an object of prestige. The Sutton Hoo helmet also provides insight into Anglo-Saxon beliefs about leadership. In many early medieval societies, rulers were expected to display martial prowess alongside spiritual authority. The imagery on the helmet reinforces this dual role. The boar of the eyebrows represents protection and ferocity, while the dragon along the crest symbolizes power drawn from mythic realms. The warriors on the cheek pieces may signify the ruler's duty to defend the community and uphold order. The interlaced designs, with their flowing lines, could evoke continuity and connection to ancestral tradition. Wearing the helmet would have visually communicated these roles, shaping how others perceived the ruler. The ship burial context invites comparison with Scandinavian practices, where ship graves were used for high-status individuals. These burials symbolize journeys to other worlds, combining maritime imagery with metaphors of transition. The presence of such a burial in East Anglia suggests cultural connections that went beyond trade. It may indicate shared cosmological beliefs or a deliberate adoption of Scandinavian funerary customs to express elite identity. Such practices reinforce the idea that early medieval England was culturally complex, shaped by interactions that crossed seas and boundaries. Because the helmet was buried with so many valuable items, scholars infer that the individual held a position of extraordinary importance. The burial included silver bowls from the Eastern Mediterranean, drinking vessels decorated with garnets, and ceremonial objects linked to kingship. These items collectively create a narrative of a leader who wielded substantial power. The helmet placed among them contributes to this narrative, acting as a centerpiece in understanding the individual's role. The symbolism woven into the helmet's design remains partly elusive, and this ambiguity contributes to its fascination. The combination of human and animal features on the face mask suggests a desire to convey both mortal authority and supernatural force. The warrior imagery implies readiness for battle and the upholding of societal values. The interlace patterns may hint at beliefs about fate or interconnectedness. Each motif interacts with the others, creating a dense network of meaning that cannot be reduced to a single interpretation. What is clear, however, is that the helmet embodies the worldview of a society in transition, adopting, adapting, and blending influences in ways that reflect both continuity and change. Its presence within a ship burial provides a focal point for understanding how early medieval elites communicated power, identity, and connection to the cosmic order. The continuing study of the Sutton Hoo helmet shows how each decorative detail reveals something about the worldview of the people who created it. One feature that researchers have examined closely is the use of mirrored imagery. Many early medieval objects incorporate symmetry as a deliberate design strategy, and the helmet is no exception. The warriors on the cheek guards face one another with identical poses, creating a sense of balance that may have carried meaning beyond visual harmony. Some scholars propose that mirrored figures represented duality, strength and wisdom, offense and defense, earthly duty and divine support. While this interpretation remains speculative, the symmetry is too consistent to be accidental. In a period without written explanations, art served as a language, and the helmet speaks through patterns that convey ideas about order and hierarchy. The nose, eyebrows, and moustache of the face mask also demonstrate symbolic intent. The eyebrows rise sharply before curving downward, ending in the heads of stylized boars. Boars held important significance across Northern Europe, appearing in literature, metalwork, and weaponry. They were believed to protect warriors, not only through their fierce nature, but through talismanic power attributed to the animal. In some early texts, boar-crested helmets are described as sacred items that guard their wearers in battle. The presence of boar imagery on the Sutton Hoo helmet suggests that the wearer sought or embodied this protective force. The way the eyebrows merge into the animal heads creates the impression of transformation, as if the human and the animal share a single identity. This blending of forms resonates with the broader cultural tendency to depict leaders as figures who stood at the threshold between the natural and supernatural realms. Another element worth exploring is the tinned surface of the bronze panels. Applying tin created a bright, reflective finish that would have caught firelight or sunlight dramatically. In gathering halls or open-air assemblies, a helmet that shimmered could signify the wearer's elevated status. The reflective quality might also have been connected to beliefs about light. In some early cultures, brilliance symbolized divine favor or spiritual presence. While this cannot be stated with certainty for the Sutton Hoo context, the deliberate effort to create a glowing surface indicates that appearance mattered greatly. The contrast between polished metal and the darker iron beneath created a layered effect, emphasizing the helmet's decorative patterns even at a distance. The distribution of motifs across the helmet's surface also invites analysis. Animal interlace designs cover some panels, while others feature warriors or geometric lines. This variation suggests that the helmet was designed with a thematic hierarchy. The face mask, for example, carries the most direct representation of identity, human and animal fused into a single visage. The cheek guards depict armed warriors, possibly representing duty or readiness. The interlaced panels could symbolize continuity or connection to past generations. Together, these elements form a cohesive visual narrative, though the precise meaning remains partly hidden without textual records. Interpreting these motifs requires caution, as modern assumptions can easily project meanings that differ from those intended by early medieval viewers. Archaeologists studying the broader Sutton Hoo site have uncovered additional burials and artifacts that provide context for the helmet. Several mounds contain cremations rather than ship burials, indicating diverse funerary customs within the region. The presence of imported goods across multiple mounds reinforces the idea that East Anglian elites maintained extensive networks. The wealth represented in these burials suggests that the ruling class possessed resources drawn from trade, tribute, or agricultural production. Such prosperity would have supported the creation of elaborate items like the Sutton Hoo helmet. Skilled artisans required both time and materials, luxuries attainable only by those at the top of the social hierarchy. The ship burial itself contained textiles whose fragments hint at vibrant colors and patterns. Though little remained of the fabric, impressions in the soil and traces of weaving allowed researchers to assess their quality. These garments would have complemented the helmet during life, forming part of a broader regalia used in ceremonies or political gatherings. When viewed as a complete ensemble, the helmet becomes one piece of a sophisticated visual language used by early medieval leaders to convey authority. Clothing, weaponry, jewelry, and even the burial ship played roles in shaping how the ruler was perceived by subjects and rivals alike. Examining parallels from other regions helps illuminate the helmet's significance. In Sweden, several graves from the Vendel period contain helmets with face masks and ornate ornamentation. These helmets, though not identical to the Sutton Hoo example, share enough features to suggest a shared tradition. The Vendel helmets also incorporate animal symbolism, interlaced patterns, and warrior imagery. Their presence in elite burials indicates that such helmets carried ceremonial value, possibly used during feasts, assemblies, or rites of passage. The similarity between these objects and the Sutton Hoo helmet strengthens the argument that East Anglian elites adopted or adapted Scandinavian traditions. This connection could have political implications, suggesting alliances or cultural affiliations that shaped the region's identity. The presence of imported Byzantine silverware in the same burial demonstrates connections beyond Northern Europe. These vessels, intricately crafted and decorated, traveled great distances before reaching East Anglia. Their inclusion in the burial indicates a desire to associate the deceased with wealth, prestige, and global reach. Combined with the helmet's symbolism, the imported items suggest that the ruler held a worldview that extended far beyond local boundaries. Early medieval Europe, though fragmented politically, was interconnected through trade routes, gift exchanges, and diplomatic missions. The Sutton Hoo burial exemplifies how elites leveraged these connections to construct identities grounded in both local heritage and international relationships. Weapons found within the burial, swords, spears, and shields, also contribute to understanding the helmet's role. The sword, in particular, held immense symbolic value in early medieval culture. Its hilt often featured elaborate decorations, while its blade represented lineage and honor. Paired with such a weapon, the helmet would reinforce the ruler's martial authority. The shield, another key component, often displayed patterns or symbols unique to the individual or family. The combination of weaponry and helmet created a cohesive representation of the warrior leader ideal. In assemblies, the ruler wearing such regalia would be instantly recognized as someone possessing both military might and spiritual legitimacy. The ceremonial whetstone found in the burial further reinforces this interpretation. Shaped like a staff and carved with human faces, the whetstone may have served as a symbol of royalty. In some cultures, whetstones represented justice or cosmic order, used in rituals that affirmed the ruler's authority. The presence of this object alongside the helmet suggests that the ruler's role encompassed more than warfare. He may have served as a mediator, judge, or spiritual figure. The helmet's imagery, blending human and animal forms, could therefore signify the fusion of worldly and otherworldly responsibilities. The burial's location on a ridge overlooking the river emphasizes its symbolic nature. The elevated position allowed the site to dominate the surrounding landscape, signaling power even after death. From the ridge, individuals could view trade routes, farmlands, and settlements, reinforcing the idea that the ruler's presence extended across the region. The ship burial, visible from afar before the mound formed over it, would have been a powerful statement to those living nearby. The helmet, placed within this burial, becomes part of a broader expression of identity, connecting the deceased to the land, community, and ancestors. Scholars examining the helmet's construction have noted that it consists of multiple plates joined by rivets. This design allowed the maker to compose the helmet like a mosaic, placing panels of decoration across the structure. The riveted joints required careful alignment to ensure the helmet retained its shape and provided sufficient protection. Such complexity indicates advanced metalworking skills. Early medieval smiths understood how to manipulate iron, bronze, and tin to create objects that balanced function and beauty. The helmet represents not only the skill of its maker, but the resources and time allocated by the ruler to commission such work. One remarkable detail of the Sutton Hoo helmet is the presence of small punched dots forming outlines and textures across its surface. These dots create shading, depth, and emphasis within the designs, enriching the visual effect. Producing such tiny marks required steady hands and fine tools. The use of punched decoration demonstrates the maker's attention to even the smallest details, suggesting a culture that valued precision. The consistency of these marks across panels implies that the same craftsman or workshop executed the entire piece. This raises the possibility of specialized artisans serving elite patrons, contributing to a tradition of high-status metalwork. The discovery of multiple helmets across Europe featuring similar imagery raises questions about the transmission of artistic ideas. Did craftsmen travel between courts, sharing techniques and motifs? Did rulers exchange gifts that inspired local artisans to adopt foreign styles? Or did multiple regions develop similar artistic languages independently, influenced by shared beliefs and visual preferences? While the specifics are unclear, the Sutton Hoo helmet fits within a broader artistic tradition that spanned wide geographical areas. This interconnectedness challenges older narratives that portray early medieval Europe as isolated or fragmented. Instead, the helmet reveals a world of movement, exchange, and shared symbolic languages. The symbolic function of helmets in early medieval societies extends beyond simple protection. In many narratives, helmets signify transformation. When a leader donned a helmet adorned with animal imagery, they took on the qualities associated with that creature. The Sutton Hoo helmet's design suggests that the wearer sought to embody both human authority and animal strength. The boar imagery implies protection and ferocity, while the dragon motif may symbolize wisdom or supernatural power. The combined human-animal face mask creates an identity that transcends ordinary experience. Wearing such a helmet during ceremonies would transform the ruler into a figure who stood apart from ordinary people, embodying the values and powers attributed to leadership. Another detail worth exploring is the relationship between the helmet and oral tradition. Early medieval societies placed great importance on storytelling, genealogies, and the recitation of heroic deeds. Leaders were often celebrated through tales that intertwined history and myth. The imagery on the helmet may have evoked stories familiar to its audience, reinforcing the ruler's link to ancestral heroes. Though no texts survive from East Anglia of this period, parallels from other regions suggest that rulers claimed descent from legendary figures. The helmet's motifs could have symbolized these claims, visually reminding audiences of the ruler's distinguished lineage. The helmet's presence in a ship burial highlights beliefs about the afterlife. Ship burials symbolize journeys, suggesting that death was viewed not as an end, but as a transition. Placing the helmet in the burial could signify that the ruler needed protection or authority in the world beyond. Alternatively, it could represent the continuation of symbolic duties. The burial's assemblage of goods indicates the belief that material objects carried meaning across boundaries, accompanying the deceased into new realms. The helmet, as a powerful emblem of identity, would have been essential to that journey. The way the helmet was positioned in the burial chamber provides clues to its role. Though damaged, the fragments suggest it lay near the head or upper torso of the deceased, consistent with how a helmet would be worn. Its placement underscores its importance, aligning it with the individual's identity. Nearby weapons and regalia further reinforce the theme of leadership. The careful arrangement of these items indicates ritual significance, reflecting beliefs about order and propriety. The burial acts as a narrative in itself, telling a story about who the individual was and what they represented within their community. Archaeological techniques used to study the burial have evolved significantly since its discovery. Soil analysis, microscopic residue studies, and digital reconstruction have provided new insights into the helmet's composition and decoration. These technologies reveal details invisible to the naked eye, such as traces of textile impressions on metal fragments, indicating that the helmet was wrapped or stored with cloth at some point. Such evidence suggests that the helmet may have been part of a broader regalia set, stored carefully and used selectively. This fits with the idea that it served both ceremonial and practical functions. The helmet also offers a window into the religious landscape of early medieval England. During this period, Christianity was beginning to spread through the region, but many communities still practiced older belief systems. The helmet's imagery, grounded in animal symbolism and warrior ideals, reflects traditions that predate widespread Christian influence. Yet the presence of crosses on other items within the burial suggests a world where multiple belief systems coexisted. This coexistence underscores the cultural flexibility of elites, who may have navigated both old and new traditions to maintain authority. The helmet therefore represents not only artistic tradition, but the religious complexity of its time. One of the most compelling aspects of the helmet is how it invites interpretation without providing definitive answers. Its imagery speaks through symbols, its materials speak through craftsmanship, and its burial speaks through ritual. Yet the absence of written explanation creates a space where meaning must be constructed through careful analysis. This openness contributes to its enduring fascination, encouraging researchers to revisit the artifact with new questions and perspectives. As techniques advance, new insights may emerge, but some aspects of its symbolism may always remain partially hidden. The Sutton Hoo helmet stands as a testament to the creativity and sophistication of early medieval artisans and elites. It reflects a worldview where art, identity, and power intertwined in ways that shaped both public life and private belief. Its presence in a ship burial invites contemplation of how societies confront mortality, honor leadership, and express values through material culture. Though centuries have passed since its creation, the helmet continues to evoke curiosity, respect, and wonder, offering glimpses into a past that remains partly veiled yet profoundly compelling. Under a quiet patch of Scottish hillside, where grass rolls in soft waves and the soil holds centuries of footsteps, a vast stone rests just beneath the surface, its markings older than most of the landscape surrounding it. Before its excavation in the 20th century, locals knew only fragments of its story, whispers of strange patterns glimpsed in the earth, memories of earlier uncoverings, and tales of a carved surface unlike anything else in the region. When archaeologists finally lifted away the protective layers of soil, they revealed a single colossal slab stretching nearly 50 feet across, covered from edge to edge with symbols that seemed to pulse with meaning, yet refused to yield any clear interpretation. This immense carved expanse, now known as the Cochno stone, contains hundreds of cup marks, rings, spirals, radial lines, and interconnected channels in a composition so dense and deliberate that the surface appears almost alive when sunlight sweeps across it. Though created in the Bronze Age, Its complexity continues to stir debates about purpose, communication, and the symbolic world of the people who shaped it. The sheer scale of the Cochno stone stands out immediately once its full dimensions become visible. Unlike smaller carved outcrops scattered across Scotland and other parts of Atlantic Europe, this stone presents an uninterrupted canvas larger than many modern rooms. A surface of such size did not emerge through accidental shaping or casual artistic expression. It required planning, labor, and sustained collaboration by a community that understood not only stone carving, but the meaning behind every symbol cut into it. Each cup mark feels deliberate, each ring precisely spaced, each spiral connected to another element through grooves that link distant portions of the stone. These patterns appear to share a visual vocabulary with other prehistoric carvings found in the region, but none come close to the Cochno stone's density or arrangement. Instead of isolated motifs scattered sparsely across a rock face, here the motifs converge into a vast system that feels almost like a map or a diagram. Yet no modern interpretation captures the full depth of what Bronze Age carvers may have intended. The process of carving such a monument would have been demanding. Craftspeople needed durable tools capable of pecking and grinding into hard stone, likely made from tougher rocks imported from surrounding regions. They would have required time, coordination, and knowledge passed through generations. The lines carved into the Cochno stone maintain consistent depth and width, showing a practiced hand and a shared technique among those who worked on it. The stone's surface slopes gently, forming a natural platform that allowed groups to gather around it and observe the carvings from different angles. This feature raises questions about whether the site played a role in communal gatherings or seasonal rituals, where the carved patterns may have acted as focal points for storytelling, ceremony, or social memory. Though these ideas remain speculative, the craftsmanship itself testifies to a community invested in leaving a lasting mark. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Cochno stone lies in the arrangement of its symbols. Cup marks form the foundation of the design, small circular depressions meticulously ground into the rock. Around many of these cups, rings radiate outward like ripples across water. Some are single rings. Others consist of multiple concentric circles, each separated by precise spacing. Grooves run between these motifs, linking certain cups and rings in pathways that seem intentional rather than incidental. Spirals appear in several locations, their curves flowing outward before merging with other motifs. The overall effect suggests order, not randomness. Even if the original meaning remains elusive, the placement hints at a system, one that we can observe yet cannot fully translate. Nearby prehistoric carvings provide clues, though not answers. Across Scotland, northern England, Ireland, and parts of Atlantic Europe, cup and ring markings appear on rock outcrops, boulders, and sometimes burial monuments. These symbols likely held shared significance within Bronze Age communities, forming a visual language transmitted across regions. Yet no written records accompany these carvings, and their meanings shift depending on the theories proposed by archaeologists, anthropologists, and local historians. Some suggest they represent territorial markers, outlining boundaries or denoting ownership. Others believe they functioned as ritual objects connected to cosmology, fertility, or the movement of celestial bodies. Still others interpret the grooves as routes or pathways, linking different aspects of community life or mythological ideas. The Cochno stone, with its extraordinary density of motifs, amplifies these questions rather than resolving them. In the early 20th century, scholars attempted to preserve the stone by covering it, fearing that exposure to weather and vandalism would erode its carvings beyond recognition. Prior to this decision, researchers and local observers documented the surface through photographs, rubbings, and hand-drawn maps. These records now serve as crucial references, particularly as some carvings have faded over time. Later excavations revealed that additional motifs exist beneath layers of soil that accumulated after the stone was resealed. Each new uncovering provides slightly more detail, suggesting that the entire surface may contain even more complexity than originally thought. Among the motifs on the Cochno stone, several stand out for their unusual forms. One spiral expands outward before abruptly transitioning into a set of linear grooves, a design not commonly seen on other carved stones. Another set of rings appears to have been intentionally elongated, forming ovals instead of perfect circles. In at least one instance, a series of cut marks aligns almost perfectly along a straight groove, giving the impression of a sequence or pathway. These deviations from more typical cup and ring patterns imply experimentation or specific symbolic intent. If these motifs represent ideas, stories, or cosmological concepts, they may have been understood only within the cultural framework of the Bronze Age community that created them. One popular theory proposes that the stone served as a star map or astronomical chart. Certain ring patterns could represent celestial bodies, while grooves may align with seasonal events or significant points on the horizon. However, attempts to match the carvings to known constellations have yielded inconsistent results. Some alignments appear promising when viewed from particular angles or under certain lighting conditions, but there is no evidence that the Bronze Age carvers intended the stone as a literal map of the sky. Instead, the carvings may reflect more abstract cosmological ideas, cycles of life, the passage of seasons, or connections between the living and the dead. The recurring circular forms support this interpretation, as circles frequently symbolize continuity, unity, or eternal movement in many prehistoric traditions. Another interpretation views the Cochno stone as a ritual landscape. The stone's isolation from other major monuments in the immediate area stands in contrast to sites where carvings cluster around burial mounds or ceremonial enclosures. Yet the stone sits within sight of several prehistoric features, including burial cairns and standing stones scattered across the surrounding hills. These monuments may have formed a broader sacred landscape, with the Cochno stone serving as a central marker or ritual focus. The stone's sloping surface could have been ideal for pouring liquids, perhaps water, milk, or other substances, into the carved channels, creating visual movement during ceremonies. Experiments with similar carvings elsewhere show that liquids flow through engraved grooves in striking patterns, especially when illuminated by firelight. This possibility aligns with interpretations of the stone as a site for communal gatherings, where symbolism and sensory experience intertwined. Some researchers suggest that the carvings on the Cochno stone may represent territorial claims or social boundaries. In the absence of written contracts or maps, prehistoric communities may have used symbolic markings to delineate areas associated with specific groups or lineages. Cup and ring carvings could function as visible signs of identity, heritage, or ancestral authority. The stone's massive size and prominent placement make it ideal for such a purpose. However, this theory does not explain the complexity of the carvings or the presence of motifs that lack clear geographic parallels. While boundaries may have played a role, the artistic detail suggests that the carvings served additional functions beyond marking territory. The grooves connecting various motifs are particularly distinctive on the Cochno stone. Some grooves follow the natural contours of the rock, while others cut against them, forming pathways that appear planned rather than spontaneous. These channels create relationships between motifs, linking cups and rings in networks that imply movement or flow. Whether these grooves represent literal paths, such as routes through the landscape, or symbolic connections remains unclear. In other prehistoric carvings, grooves sometimes emanate from cups in ways that suggest directionality or emphasis, but no definitive interpretation exists. When the Cochno stone was reburied in the mid-20th century to protect it, it entered a period of relative obscurity. For decades, only a handful of photographs and illustrations preserved its appearance. Then, in the early 21st century, new archaeological interest brought attention back to the site. Researchers uncovered the stone again, this time with modern documentation methods that allowed for precise measurement, photogrammetry, and digital modeling. These techniques captured the carvings with unprecedented clarity, revealing subtleties that earlier observers had missed. Minute variations in depth, patterns in spacing, and subtle tool marks appeared in digital scans, offering clues about how the Bronze Age artists approached their work. The stone was covered once more after documentation, ensuring its long-term preservation, while enabling scholars worldwide to study its digital replicas. The renewed interest in the Cochno stone highlights how prehistoric art continues to shape modern understanding of ancient societies. Though the carvings resist definitive interpretation, they reflect a highly organized symbolic system. Their repetition, variation, and complexity indicate that Bronze Age communities shared a worldview expressed through motifs carved into durable surfaces. The Cochno stone may have been a focal point within such a system, its immense size signaling its importance. Whether the stone encoded mythological narratives, ritual instructions, or social structures remains uncertain, but its existence alone demonstrates that prehistoric Scots engaged with symbolism in ways that surpass simple decoration. Surveys of the surrounding region reveal additional carved stones with cup and ring motifs, though none approach the Cochno stone's scale. Some appear near water sources or natural crossings, suggesting associations with travel, resources, or spiritual boundaries. Others lie close to ancient burial cairns, hinting at connections to funerary rites or ancestor veneration. The distribution of these carvings suggests that the Cochno stone belonged to a broader network of symbolic sites, each contributing to a landscape imbued with cultural meaning. While the precise relationships remain unclear, recognizing the stone as part of a larger tradition helps contextualize its significance. The Cochno stone's carvings illustrate a level of planning that suggests long-term engagement by multiple individuals. Generations may have contributed to the surface, adding motifs or expanding existing ones. The diversity of symbols, from simple cut marks to intricate spirals, reflects varying levels of skill and intention. In some areas, carvings overlap or intersect, indicating that the stone may have served as a living monument, continually updated or reinterpreted. This layering of effort reinforces the idea that the stone played a sustained role in community life, rather than serving as a one-time artistic creation. Comparisons with similar carvings in Ireland and Northern England show shared patterns that likely reflect interconnected cultural practices. Cup and ring motifs remain difficult to interpret, but their spread across regions suggests established symbolic traditions transmitted through migration, trade, or shared ancestry. The Cochno stone's prominence within this tradition raises questions about the community that created it. Their willingness to invest time and labor into such a monument implies stable social structures capable of supporting large-scale projects. Whether this stability came from agricultural productivity, social hierarchy, or ritual organization is uncertain, but the stone itself testifies to the community's cohesion. Modern analysis of wear patterns and micro-tool marks offers insights into the carving techniques. Many motifs exhibit consistent pecking marks, suggesting the use of hammerstones or pointed tools. Grooves appear more polished, indicating repeated use or deliberate smoothing. Such technical details reveal the process behind the carvings, allowing researchers to reconstruct the sequence of creation. These observations suggest that carvers approached the stone systematically, focusing on specific areas before moving to others. The precision of circles, spirals, and evenly spaced rings reflects knowledge of geometry, whether intuitive or explicitly taught. Environmental factors also influence the stone's appearance over time. Lichen growth, water erosion, and soil coverage altered parts of the surface, sometimes highlighting motifs while obscuring others. The decision to rebury the stone reflects the challenge of preserving open-air prehistoric art in a wet climate. Despite these difficulties, the stone remains one of the best preserved examples of its kind, thanks to early protection efforts and continued archaeological stewardship. What stands out most about the Cochno stone is how it reveals the intellectual and symbolic capacities of Bronze Age communities. Far from being simple or primitive, these carvings show an understanding of pattern, repetition, and shared meaning. They reflect a worldview that integrated art, landscape, and social identity in ways that modern observers are only beginning to decipher. The stone's motifs communicate through form rather than language, transmitting ideas across millennia even as their original meaning remains beyond direct translation. The fascination with the Cochno stone endures because it sits at the intersection of art, archaeology, and enigma. It invites analysis without offering clear answers, encouraging scholars to revisit its surface with new tools and theories. Whether interpreted as ritual architecture, symbolic communication, or a form of prehistoric expression tied to land and ancestry, the stone stands as a testament to the complexity of ancient societies. Its carvings endure not because we understand them, but because they challenge us to imagine the world that produced them. The mystery deepens when considering how the Cochno stone fits within the broader developments of the Bronze Age across Britain and Atlantic Europe. During this period, communities experienced significant shifts in both social structure and symbolic expression. Burial practices changed from individual graves to communal cairns. Metalworking skills advanced rapidly. Long-distance connections expanded through trade networks that carried tools, ornaments, and ideas across vast distances. Against this backdrop, the production of a monument as intricate as the Cochno stone reflects not only artistic ability, but also an evolving sense of identity. These carvings may have encoded shared beliefs that tied communities together across generations, allowing them to navigate a world defined by shifting landscapes, alliances, and traditions. The placement of the Cochno stone, situated on a gentle slope overlooking the surrounding fields, suggests that visibility may have played a role in its function. Though now hidden beneath protective layers, in its original state the stone would have been exposed to sunlight throughout the day, its grooves and rings catching the changing light. Shadows cast by low winter sun would have traced the curves of spirals and rings, while summer brightness may have illuminated the grooves with stark clarity. This changing interplay of light and carving could have made the motifs come alive in ways difficult to appreciate from photographs or digital models. Bronze Age observers, familiar with seasonal rhythms, may have understood the stone through this shifting illumination, interpreting the movement of shadows as part of its meaning or ritual purpose. The stone, in this sense, functioned not only as a carved surface, but as an instrument that interacted with the natural environment. Another important aspect involves acoustics and gathering spaces. The sloping hillside around the Cochno stone creates a natural amphitheater-like setting. Even a moderate number of people standing on the surrounding rise would have had a clear view of the stone's surface. This suggests the possibility of communal gatherings, where the carvings acted as focal points for storytelling, seasonal rites, or the transmission of cultural knowledge. If so, the stone may have served as a physical anchor for narratives passed orally from generation to generation. Without written language, prehistoric societies relied on storytelling to preserve their histories, genealogies, and cosmologies. The complex arrangement of motifs on the stone could have supported such narratives, with each symbol linked to a particular tale, teaching, or ritual sequence. Though this remains speculative, it aligns with patterns observed in other prehistoric cultures, where rock art played a role in collective memory. Comparisons between the Cochno stone and carved surfaces in other countries extend the discussion further. In northern Spain and parts of Portugal, prehistoric communities also created elaborate cup and ring carvings. Some Iberian stones show motifs intriguingly similar to those on the Cochno slab, suggesting that symbolic traditions may have traveled across sea routes connecting Atlantic Europe. If so, the Cochno stone may reflect a broader cultural dialogue, an exchange of ideas facilitated by communities who, despite living far apart, maintained contact through maritime trade. Such a possibility underscores the sophistication of Bronze Age societies, which were more interconnected than earlier scholarship often assumed. The presence of shared symbols across distant regions suggests that these communities did not exist in isolation, but belonged to a network bound by trade, migration, and shared cosmological ideas. Set against this wider backdrop, the Cochno stone's complexity becomes even more compelling. Unlike smaller stones with limited carvings, the Cochno slab brings together hundreds of motifs in a single, cohesive composition. This density implies intention and coordination, not random accumulation. It may have served as a master reference, a gathering of motifs that represented the entirety of a symbolic system. much like how later medieval manuscripts compiled knowledge into illuminated codices. If prehistoric carvers viewed the stone in such a way, its surface could have functioned as a communal archive, preserving knowledge through symbols rather than words. Each motif, from the simplest cup to the most elaborate spiral, may have held layers of association, some practical, others mythic or ceremonial. The fact that we can only guess at their meanings does not diminish their importance. Rather, it highlights how effectively prehistoric communities communicated through non-verbal media. Archaeological excavations around the Cochno stone have uncovered traces of prehistoric activity, though not enough to fully reconstruct how the surrounding land was used. Fragments of pottery, scattered stones, and soil patterns hint at human presence, but reveal little about the people who carved the stone. This lack of context is part of what makes the Cochno stone so challenging to interpret. Unlike burial sites or settlement remains where artifacts may provide clues about daily life, the stone stands primarily as a symbolic monument. Its survival depends not on accompanying objects, but on the carvings themselves. As a result, understanding the stone requires focusing on its form, technique, and placement rather than on nearby artifacts. Despite this challenge, modern technologies have allowed researchers to glean more information from the stone's surface. High-resolution 3D scans reveal micro-details invisible during earlier excavations, subtle differences in carving depth, faint overlaps between motifs, and small adjustment marks that suggest changes made during the carving process. These tiny details indicate that the stone may have been carved in phases, possibly over many years. Some motifs appear older, weathered by centuries of exposure before later carvings were added. This layered creation hints at intergenerational involvement, where different groups or family lines contributed their own symbols to the monument. The stone, therefore, may not represent a single moment in time, but a long chronology of cultural expression. One of the more unusual theories proposes that the grooves linking cups and rings represent pathways or rivers within a symbolic landscape. Supporters of this idea suggest that prehistoric communities may have envisioned the stone as a map of their world, not a literal geographic map, but a conceptual one, where motifs corresponded to sacred sites, ancestral homes, or cosmological points of significance. While modern interpretations of Bronze Age cartography are necessarily cautious, the idea reflects the human impulse to represent the world symbolically. In cultures with strong connections to land and lineage, such symbolic mapping could help reinforce shared identity. Even if the stone does not depict a literal map, it may express relationships between concepts, birth, death, journey, season, ancestor, through a network of connected forms. Another perspective emphasizes the stone's potential role in rites of passage. Prehistoric societies often marked life transitions, birth, adulthood, marriage, death, through ceremony. The Cochno stone's imposing presence and richly carved surface could have served as a ritual stage for such events. A child reaching adulthood might have stood upon the stone while elders recited genealogies or invoked ancestral blessings. Couples may have participated in ceremonies that incorporated the stone's symbols as part of bonding rituals. Communities may have gathered to honor seasonal changes, using the stone as a visual anchor for stories explaining the cycles of the natural world. While none of these theories can be proven, they align with ethnographic parallels from other cultures where carved stones play central roles in social and religious practices. The act of carving itself may have carried ritual significance. Pecking, grinding, and shaping stone requires rhythm, patience, and communal participation. The process could have served as a form of offering, time and energy dedicated to the ancestors or the spirits of the land. Each mark may represent a ritual action, a symbolic gesture added to the communal register of meaning. In this view, the stone becomes not just a canvas, but a record of repeated devotion. Evidence from other prehistoric sites suggests that repeated engagement with carved surfaces, touching grooves, pouring liquids into cups, tracing spirals with fingers, may have maintained their significance through generations. The Cochno stone, with its extensive surface, would have offered countless opportunities for such interaction. The modern rediscovery and study of the Cochno stone reveal how our understanding of prehistoric art continues to evolve. Early interpretations emphasized the possibility of astronomical function, while later theories focused on ritual or symbolic communication. Today, scholars tend to view the stone as a multi-layered monument whose meaning likely encompassed several of these possibilities at once. Prehistoric symbols were rarely singular in their purpose. They conveyed meaning through context, repetition, and communal understanding. The Cochno stone embodies this complexity, representing a cultural world where art, landscape, identity, and cosmology merged seamlessly. What the stone ultimately communicates is not a single narrative, but a testament to human imagination during a time when societies express their worldview without written language. Its motifs endure because they invite contemplation. They encourage us to consider how Bronze Age communities conceptualized their existence, connected with their environment, and preserved ideas for future generations. Though we cannot translate the symbols directly, we can recognize the depth of thought they represent. The Cochno stone stands as a reminder that prehistoric cultures possessed intellectual traditions every bit as rich and nuanced as those that came later. In modern times, the stone's preservation has become a priority. Reburying it protects the carvings from erosion, vandalism, and the gradual wear of natural forces. Digital records ensure that its details remain accessible to researchers and the public. Through these efforts, the stone continues to speak, through images, models, and reconstructions, offering future generations the chance to explore its surface and uncover new insights. Its carvings endure not because they are fully understood, but because they encapsulate a moment in human history when meaning was carved into the earth itself, meant to outlast the people who shaped it. Traces of the Levanluhta mystery first drew attention through the bodies themselves, long before the landscape around them revealed any clear purpose. The bones emerged from water saturated with iron, their surfaces stained in deep reds and browns, as though the burial ground had infused its own character into the individuals placed within it. The color is natural, created by mineral-rich springs that feed the pool throughout the year. Yet the effect transforms ordinary skeletal material into something that feels intentionally prepared. When early researchers recovered these remains, they immediately recognized how unusual the locale was. Water burials of this kind are virtually unknown elsewhere in Finland during the Iron Age, and the state of preservation suggests the community responsible for these interments understood how the chemistry of the lake could protect bodies from rapid decay. Whether this was deliberate knowledge or a fortunate accident remains unsettled, but the outcome presents one of Northern Europe's most distinctive archaeological enigmas. The remains date to the early centuries of the first millennium, during a period when cultural practices in the region shifted in response to expanding contacts across the Baltic Sea, the rise of new trade routes, and growing social complexity. Yet nothing about the Levanluhta burials aligns neatly with what is known from neighboring areas. Instead of placing the dead in soil, cremating them, or constructing stone settings, common practices among Iron Age Finnic groups, the people connected to this site deposited their dead in a spring-fed body of water. The bones recovered from the peat and silt belonged to men, women, and children, suggesting that the practice was not restricted to a particular group or social role. Some skeletons were found intact, others disarticulated, likely due to water movement or later disturbances. But the consistent element is the environment itself. Cool, iron-rich, oxygen-poor water that slows bacterial activity and protects organic material far longer than typical burial conditions. The mineral composition of the spring sets Levanluhta apart. Iron seeps continuously from underground deposits, tinting the water a reddish hue. Anyone standing at the site during periods of high flow can observe subtle rust-colored streaks swirling across the surface, and in sunlight, the water takes on a dark metallic sheen. When skeletal material remained submerged, the iron fused to bone collagen and mineral components, producing the deep red coloration that characterizes the assemblage today. This phenomenon is purely chemical, yet to people unfamiliar with the process, the color seems symbolic, even ritualistic. Some early scholars wondered whether the community intentionally sought out a red spring because it carried mythic significance. Although this remains speculative, the visual effect undoubtedly reinforced the uniqueness of the location. Extensive analysis of the remains has revealed a community unlike others known from early Iron Age Finland. Isotopic testing indicates mixed dietary signatures, with some individuals showing strong reliance on freshwater resources, while others consumed more terrestrial-based foods. These differences imply varied lifestyles within the same group, possibly reflecting different social or occupational roles. Even more striking is the genetic profile. DNA extracted from several individuals shows ancestry that combines local elements with influences from populations to the south and east. The proportion of this mixed background varies between individuals, suggesting ongoing contact, migration, or intermarriage rather than a single founding event. This diversity contrasts with patterns seen in many contemporary Finnic populations, where genetic bottlenecks or relative isolation created more homogeneous communities. The skull morphology further complicates the picture. Some of the individuals have cranial features characterized by robustness and angularity, associated with groups traditionally linked to the broader European forest zone. Others exhibit traits more typical of populations nearer the Baltic coast. This variation underscores that the Levanluhta people moved within a network of cultural exchange spanning considerable distances. Despite this diversity, no accompanying artifacts clearly tie the buried individuals to a specific cultural group. A few bronze items, beads, and small ornaments were recovered, but they are too limited in number and stylistic markers to place the site within a recognized archaeological culture. As a result, Levanluhta remains an isolated phenomenon, a place that fits nowhere on the map of established Iron Age burial rites. The location itself adds another layer of complexity. Rather than a lake in the conventional sense, Levanluhta is a cluster of springs that formed a fluctuating pool, surrounded by marshland and fed by underground channels. During the Iron Age, the water level was likely higher, creating a more expansive body of water than what is visible today. As centuries passed, shifting sediments gradually transformed much of the area into wet meadows. When 19th century antiquarians first documented the site, the pool had shrunk considerably, and agricultural activity had disturbed parts of the marsh. Modern reconstructions based on sediment cores reveal that during the burial period, the water would have been deep enough to submerge bodies entirely, but shallow enough to allow them to settle into the soft substrate. This environment created ideal preservation conditions, but also complicated later excavation efforts. Archaeologists uncovered bones not in a single concentrated cluster, but scattered across several points within the wetland. Some individuals appear to have been placed in specific locations deliberately, while others may have drifted. The absence of wooden coffins or formal structures suggests that bodies were either wrapped in perishable materials that have not survived or placed directly into the water. If coverings were used, they would have dissolved over time, leaving no trace. The lack of grave goods is particularly striking. Only minimal items accompanied the burials, and these seem incidental rather than ceremonial. This stands in stark contrast to contemporary high-status burials elsewhere in Finland, where weaponry, ornaments, and household items often accompanied the deceased. At Levanluhta, the near absence of such material leaves questions about social hierarchy unanswered. The community responsible for these burials left no written texts, no constructed monuments, and no inscriptions that might have offered clearer guidance. Everything known about them comes from the bones, the landscape, and scattered artifacts that survived centuries of submersion. The absence of records forces scholars to interpret the site through indirect clues. One possibility is that the water had symbolic or spiritual meaning. Many cultures across northern Eurasia viewed springs as gateways between realms, places where ancestors could be contacted or where offerings could reach the spirits of the land. If Levanluhta served such a purpose, depositing bodies in the water may have been seen not as disposal, but as placement within a sacred medium connecting the living and the dead. However, such interpretations remain conjectural supported only by ethnographic analogy rather than direct evidence. Another hypothesis suggests that Levanluhta served as a burial ground for a particular subset of the community, perhaps individuals who died under specific circumstances or belonged to an identity group whose funerary customs differed from the mainstream. The mixed ancestry observed among the individuals raises the possibility that they were not members of the dominant population but instead part of a smaller, distinct community. Alternatively, the population may have followed its own funerary customs separate from neighboring groups. Yet this idea faces challenges. The presence of multiple age groups and sexes suggests that the water burials were not restricted to one social category. Children, adults, and elders alike were placed in the spring, implying a standardized practice applied across the community. The unusual genetic composition of the Levanluhta individuals also led to speculation about mobility. The varied isotopic signatures suggest that some people spent their early years in different regions before living their later years near the spring. If this is the case, Levanluhta may reflect either a community composed of migrants or a group that regularly interacted with outsiders. Trade routes running through the region could have brought diverse people together, and the spring may have served as a ritual hub for a wider circle of communities. Yet if this were so, one might expect greater numbers of artifacts representing distant cultures. But these are practically absent. The contradiction between biological diversity and material scarcity remains one of the central puzzles of the site. Radiocarbon dating places the burials mainly between the mid-1st millennium and the early medieval period, indicating that the site remained in use for generations. This continuity suggests that the practice held enduring meaning. The longevity of the ritual implies stability within the community and the transmission of beliefs across decades, if not centuries. Maintaining such a tradition over a long span requires a collective understanding that the spring was an appropriate place for the dead. The strong adherence to this practice hints at a worldview in which water, minerals, and natural cycles played significant roles. The iron-rich environment may have reinforced the symbolic potency of the location, though this remains speculative. Later legends from the region, recorded in medieval and early modern times, speak of enchanted springs and lakes that swallowed people or preserved their remains. These tales cannot be connected directly to Levanluhta, but they reveal a wider cultural landscape in which water carried mythic associations. The persistence of such stories across Finland and neighboring areas demonstrates that springs were viewed with a mix of reverence and fear. If similar beliefs existed during the Iron Age, Levanluhta may have been embedded within a tradition that granted the water both protective and transformative qualities. Yet caution is required, as projecting later folklore backward can mislead interpretations of earlier practices. Environmental analysis continues to refine the understanding of the site's landscape. Pollen samples indicate that the surrounding area once consisted of mixed forest and cultivated fields. This suggests that the community lived nearby, likely within walking distance of the spring. The absence of settlement remains directly adjacent to the site may reflect the limitations of excavation rather than their actual absence. Small wooden dwellings typical of the era often leave minimal archaeological traces. If the community practiced mixed agriculture and maintained livestock, their daily life would likely have revolved around seasonal cycles. In this light, the spring may have functioned as a fixed point of memory, a place visited during periods of loss or transition. Some researchers propose that Levanluhta functioned as a mortuary landscape rather than a burial site alone. Bodies placed in the water may have gone through a process of symbolic transformation. Over time, as bones accumulated and dispersed, the spring could have become both a resting place and a repository of collective identity. The fact that the site contains remains from several centuries supports this interpretation. Although no direct evidence can confirm this, the idea resonates with practices observed in other prehistoric contexts, where waterscapes served as places of offering rather than explicit graves. What complicates every interpretation is the lack of decisive patterns. The Levanluhta individuals do not show traumatic injuries that would indicate violent deaths. They display no consistent signs of disease that might identify them as a special burial category. Their ages range from infancy to old adulthood. Their genetic diversity points to broad connections, yet their material culture leaves little trace of external influence. The water environment preserved their bodies unusually well, but nothing in the bones explains why this location was chosen. Every observation produces an equal measure of insight and contradiction. The burial practice eventually ended, and the spring resumed its quiet existence as local agriculture expanded. By the time modern scholars rediscovered the site, centuries of sediment had covered most traces of the ancient community. Today, the spring appears calm and unremarkable, its surface reflecting sky and surrounding fields. Yet beneath the soil lies a record of decisions, beliefs, and identities that defy simple categorization. The water protected the bones but obscured the meaning behind their placement. What remains is a location where science can describe the physical remnants with clarity, yet the motivations behind them remain beyond reach. Though the physical traces at Levanluhta are limited, the site invites comparisons that deepen the sense of mystery surrounding it. Across northern Europe, water has long been associated with thresholds, spaces where the living reach toward realms that lay beyond ordinary experience. Throughout the Iron Age, lakes, bogs, and rivers received offerings ranging from weapons and jewelry to animal remains and, in some rare cases, human bodies. These deposits were not accidental but purposeful, part of a worldview that treated water as a conduit between worlds. Levanluhta fits within this broader pattern only partially. Unlike the clearly ritualized sacrificial sites of Denmark or the votive wetlands of Germany, the spring contains individuals of varying ages, sexes, and ancestries placed across generations, suggesting a sustained tradition rather than a single dramatic event. The absence of violence on most skeletons complicates attempts to interpret the burials as sacrifices. Some individuals show healed injuries or signs of long-term conditions, indicating they lived full lives before entering the water. Others appear to have been placed in the spring with great care, their bodies settling gently into the silt rather than showing signs of force. The few artifacts discovered, scattered beads, fragments of clothing, and occasional items of personal adornment, raise more questions than they answer. Their presence suggests that at least some of the dead were placed in the water clothed or wrapped, yet the scarcity of objects contrasts sharply with richer burial traditions elsewhere. Whatever beliefs guided the people of Levanluhta, those beliefs did not involve furnishing the dead with substantial grave goods. The genetic diversity revealed by modern testing stands out as one of the most intriguing aspects of the site. Some individuals carry markers associated with Sami populations, others with southern Finnish groups, and a few with broader northern European ancestry. This mingling of lineages suggests that Levanluhta's community was not isolated, but interacted with multiple cultural spheres. Whether these connections arose from trade, marriage alliances, or seasonal mobility remains uncertain, but the genetic data paints a picture of a population embedded in wider networks. This diversity may help explain the unique burial customs, a community blending different traditions, blending identities, and creating localized expressions of belief that do not neatly correspond to known Iron Age cultures. Environmental analysis reveals further nuances. The water that stained the bones deep red contains unusually high concentrations of iron. In part due to the soil composition surrounding the spring seasonal flooding may have influenced when bodies were placed in the water, with some burials occurring when the water level was low enough to allow careful placement and others occurring during higher, colder months. Pollen samples extracted from the site preserve traces of the surrounding vegetation at different periods, showing subtle changes in climate and land use over time. These details help reconstruct the world in which the Levanluhta community lived. Fields cultivated along gentle slopes, grazing lands nearby, forests not far beyond, and a spring that remained a constant presence in daily life, even as everything else changed. Comparisons with other Finnish water burials provide limited guidance. Several smaller sites contain human remains in wetland environments, but none match Levanluhta in scale or duration. In some cases, isolated skeletons appear to have been placed in water as emergency measures during harsh winters or times of crisis. In others, the placement seems deliberate, but lacks the cohesion seen at Levanluhta. The persistence of the practice at the Red Spring, for centuries rather than for brief intervals, indicates a deeper cultural significance. It suggests a belief not merely in the practicality of water burial, but in its spiritual or communal necessity. The question of why water, specifically, was chosen remains central to the site's enigma. Water held symbolic meaning in many prehistoric traditions, a place of purification, renewal, or communication with unseen realms. Springs, in particular, were often treated as liminal spaces. Flowing from underground, they represented the meeting point between the world above and the world below, carrying connotations of life, death, and the cyclical movement between them. The red coloration may have intensified these associations, as iron-rich water resembles blood when stirred. For the people of Levanluhta, this natural quality might have imbued the spring with an otherworldly presence, reinforcing its suitability for handling the dead. Skeletal analysis adds yet another layer of complexity. Several individuals show signs of nutritional stress during early childhood, but grew to adulthood with relatively good health, suggesting a community resilient in difficult conditions. Some bones bear marks of repetitive labor, shoulder wear from carrying loads, knee stress from walking long distances or working fields. These indicators describe a population engaged in practical subsistence activities, farming, herding, gathering, or seasonal migration. Life may have been demanding, yet the decision to place the dead in a spring rather than in land graves suggests a cultural mindset that viewed the water as integral to community identity. The spring, in this interpretation, becomes not merely a burial place, but a centerpiece of shared meaning. Newer excavations around the area have uncovered remnants of wooden structures and stones that may once have formed platforms or paths leading toward the water. While erosion complicates interpretation, these hints suggest that the burial process may have involved constructed features, now long-decayed wooden rails, stepping stones, or small platforms could have guided participants during ceremonies, ensuring that bodies were placed in the water respectfully and deliberately. If such structures existed, their absence today is unsurprising, given the centuries of environmental change. Yet even these faint traces point to ritual choreography that went beyond simple disposal. Another compelling possibility involves memory and territorial identity. Placing ancestors in water may have reinforced claims to land, signaling continuity across generations. The spring could have served as a communal anchor, reminding each new generation of those who came before. Such practices are documented in other cultures where water is used to bind community, identity, and ancestry into a single symbolic framework. Levanluhta may reflect a similar tradition, one so deeply ingrained that it persisted even as surrounding communities adopted different burial customs. Despite extensive study, no singular interpretation dominates scholarly debate. Each discovery illuminates one aspect of Levanluhta while obscuring another. The mixed ancestry suggests openness and movement, while the consistent burial location implies stability and tradition. The lack of grave goods indicates simplicity, yet the long-term use of the spring implies complexity and ritual investment. The water preserves the bones vividly, yet erases perishable offerings that might have explained the burials. This delicate tension between what survives and what vanishes defines the site's enduring allure. Modern technology continues to reveal subtle details. Stable isotope analysis sheds light on diet, showing reliance on both terrestrial and aquatic foods, a combination reflecting flexible adaptation to surrounding ecosystems. Radiocarbon dating refines the timeline, revealing phases of intense burial activity alternating with periods of little or no deposition. These pulses may correspond to social or environmental shifts, migration waves, population changes, or events that remain unrecorded in written history. Each new piece of data provides context without closing the mystery, enriching the picture while leaving its core unanswered. What becomes unmistakably clear is that the people of Levanluhta did not treat death as a simple transition to be handled with uniform customs. Their approach displays intention, continuity, and an emotional framework we cannot fully reconstruct. The spring served as a vessel for memory, ritual, and identity, shaping the ways in which the community confronted loss. It held their histories and, through the remarkable chemistry of its waters, preserved their presence far beyond what soil alone could allow. Today the site remains protected, its water still flowing quietly through the landscape. Visitors who walk the surrounding fields see only a peaceful patch of rural Finland, unaware that beneath their feet lies one of the most distinctive burial traditions in Northern Europe. Archaeologists continue to study the remains, comparing them with new discoveries and refining hypotheses, but the core mystery persists. Levanluhta resists final interpretation because its meaning was crafted within a worldview no longer accessible. And yet, this very elusiveness gives the site its power. The red-stained bones, the enduring presence of the spring, and the echoes of a community whose beliefs have faded all combine into a story that remains both grounded in evidence and evocatively out of reach. Something unusual happens when a person steps into the field of Tiya for the first time. The stones do not present themselves as ruins or as fragments of a forgotten settlement. They rise with a kind of quiet assurance, as though they were placed by people who expected their meaning to last far longer than their own lifetimes. Each pillar stands at a slightly different angle, shaped by centuries of shifting soil, but the effect is not one of decay. Instead, it gives the impression that the stones were arranged according to a logic still present, even if the details of that logic no longer translate into anything recognizable today. The carvings, etched with precision, look like the residue of a symbolic system once understood by an entire community, and now preserved only in these enduring surfaces. They feel deliberate. They feel intentional. And above all, they feel coherent, even though no modern framework has succeeded in interpreting them conclusively. Archaeological investigation has shown that many of these stones are connected with burials, yet the physical evidence from the graves offers surprisingly little context. The people interred around the stelae appear to have lived ordinary lives shaped by agriculture, herding, and the social rhythms typical of highland communities. Their bones do not point to elevated status or elite roles. Instead, they reflect the broad demographic spectrum of a living population: children, adults, elders, men and women alike. The artifacts buried with them, where they exist at all, are modest to the point of anonymity. A bead here, a small metal piece there, nothing resembling the rich funerary offerings found in Ethiopia's more documented medieval traditions. The absence of material indicators means that the stones themselves must carry the meaning, and yet they offer symbolism rather than explanation. Among the carvings, the sword-like forms remain the most striking. They do not resemble the famous weapons associated with later Ethiopian warriors, and their proportions do not match any catalogued blade from known cultures of the region. Instead, they appear almost schematic, long curved outlines with stylized handles, sometimes appearing alone and sometimes multiplied across the stone's surface. Their arrangement suggests intentional ordering, a single sword placed prominently or several arranged in vertical succession. The consistency of these motifs implies shared understanding among the carvers, yet there is no written or oral tradition to contextualize what the symbols meant. Scholars have debated whether these renderings represent actual weapons, symbolic guardians, ritual emblems, or a lineage marker. Each interpretation remains plausible, yet none has definitive support from the archaeological record. Equally enigmatic are the geometric shapes carved around the blades. Some stelae bear circular depressions aligned in vertical rows. Others display long grooves that sweep across the surface with smooth, controlled curvature. A few feature hourglass-like silhouettes that might represent abstracted bodies, garments, or ceremonial insignia. Although geometric patterns appear in many artistic traditions, the forms at Tiya do not correspond clearly to those of neighboring regions. They neither replicate the iconography of northern Ethiopian kingdoms, nor mirror the abstract designs of pastoral groups to the south. Their detachment from known traditions only strengthens the impression that the Tiya community developed a self-contained symbolic vocabulary. Even the stones that lack ornamentation seem to participate in the larger meaning. As their placement suggests, they formed part of the same ritual landscape. Excavations surrounding the stelae reveal that the site once occupied a location central to the movement of people and livestock. The Ethiopian highlands have been home to diverse communities for thousands of years, and the terrain around Tiya would have supported both farming and herding. Evidence of ancient habitation exists in the form of ceramic fragments and hearth remains, but none can be definitively linked to the carvers of the stelae. The pottery uncovered in nearby areas reflects widespread highland styles rather than a distinct cultural signature. This absence of unique domestic artifacts raises the possibility that the people responsible for the stelae shared day-to-day material culture with surrounding groups, while maintaining a separate symbolic or ritual identity expressed only in their monuments. The dating of the burials places the Tiya tradition within the late 1st millennium and early 2nd millennium, a period marked by shifting cultural landscapes across the Ethiopian highlands. Kingdoms emerged in the north. Trading networks expanded, and religious influences spread through caravan routes and interregional contact. Yet none of these broader historical developments appear reflected in Tiya's symbols. The site does not incorporate Christian imagery, despite Christianity's deep roots in northern Ethiopia. By that time, nor does it feature the forms associated with Islamic artistic traditions that were beginning to appear in eastern trade centers. Instead, the Tiya carvings suggest a community that operated outside major political spheres, or one that maintained independence from the dominant cultural currents shaping the region. The organization of the stones further supports the idea of a distinct ritual system. The stelae are not arranged in straight lines or formal enclosures. Instead, they form clusters that create subtle pathways and spaces between them. These clusters may reflect family groups, social divisions, or ceremonial arrangements that guided ritual movement around the stones. Soil disturbances around certain stelae indicate repeated foot traffic or activity in specific zones, suggesting that some pillars served as focal points for recurring practices. The site, therefore, appears to have functioned not just as a cemetery, but as a structured gathering place in which memory, identity, and ritual intersected in ways that are no longer directly accessible. Despite the absence of inscriptions, the level of craftsmanship displayed in the carvings points to a community with skilled artisans who understood their medium. The deep incisions, smooth curves, and carefully proportioned motifs imply the use of specialized tools and techniques. Tool marks visible under close examination reveal consistent carving methods, repeated strokes, angled cuts, and deliberate smoothing that suggest generational knowledge rather than ad hoc experimentation. Some stones even show signs of modification, with later carvings overlaying earlier ones. This hints at a tradition that evolved over time, with successive generations contributing to the symbolic landscape while preserving the foundational forms of earlier practices. Human remains add further complexity. The physical traits recorded in skeletal analysis reveal the varied stresses of daily life: joint wear from repeated labor, evidence of carrying heavy loads, subtle markers of agricultural or pastoral activity. Yet these indicators do not correspond to any specific cultural group known from other regions. The demographic diversity represented in the graves challenges attempts to assign the site to a single ethnic or social identity. Rather than indicating an elite class or a warrior caste, the bones reflect ordinary individuals whose lives were shaped by highland subsistence patterns. The contrast between their everyday existence and the intricate symbolic system expressed in the stelae underscores the site's distinctiveness. Dietary analysis supports the idea of a locally integrated community. Stable isotope testing suggests reliance on crops and livestock typical of highland agriculture, grain cultivation, cattle herding, and seasonal variations in available resources. Unlike coastal communities or river-dependent groups, the people of Tiya show no strong reliance on fish. Their diet, while informative, does not illuminate what set their funerary practices apart. Foodways connect them to the broader highland tradition, but the stelae separate them symbolically from any recognized cultural lineage. Interpretation of the carved swords has produced numerous hypotheses, each attempting to bridge the gap between symbolism and material culture. One suggestion is that the blades served as communal markers of identity rather than representations of actual weapons. Their stylized forms could signify ancestral guardianship or mythological themes. Another possibility proposes that the swords denote membership in a lineage or clan whose identity was tied to a symbolic weapon concept rather than literal martial activity. These interpretations attempt to reconcile the presence of weapon imagery with the demographic diversity of the burials, especially the inclusion of women and children associated with sword-bearing stelae. The geometric motifs introduce their own interpretive challenges. If the sword represents protection, strength, or continuity, the circular depressions and linear grooves may represent additional symbolic domains, perhaps related to cosmology, seasonal cycles, or communal roles. Some researchers have proposed that the hourglass patterns indicate gendered associations, while the necklace-like reliefs carved on the upper sections of certain stones may symbolize status or ceremonial adornment. However, without corresponding artifacts or surviving oral traditions, these interpretations remain inferential. The broader Ethiopian megalithic tradition offers limited parallels. In northern regions, stelae and obelisks often commemorate political authority or elite burials, featuring inscriptions and architectural motifs tied to known cultural groups. In the south, phallic stones and uncarved pillars serve as lineage markers or territorial boundaries. Tiya shares neither structure nor symbolism with these traditions. Its carved stelae represent a unique expression, refined, consistent, and symbolically dense, without clear antecedent or descendant cultures. Archaeologists working at Tiya have become increasingly aware that the meaning of the site likely cannot be reconstructed through comparative analysis alone. The symbolic language preserved in the stones appears to belong exclusively to the community that created them, shaped by experiences and beliefs that did not survive into later cultural narratives. The absence of inscriptions, the modest grave goods, and the lack of culturally distinctive artifacts all contribute to this interpretive barrier. Tiya remains readable only through form and placement, not through text or continued tradition. As researchers continue to document the site using modern imaging techniques, they uncover details previously hidden by erosion or soil accumulation. Subtle variations in line depth, faint motifs, and buried sections of taller stones reveal that the original compositions were even more intricate than the visible surfaces now suggest. These discoveries demonstrate that the stelae were not static monuments, but dynamic components of a ritual landscape that likely evolved alongside the community that used them. As documentation improves and more stones are scanned in detail, researchers have begun to notice patterns in the tool marks that point toward shared practices rather than the work of isolated individuals. The incisions often begin at similar angles, suggesting that carvers approached the stone from consistent positions, possibly while the pillars lay horizontally before being raised. This method would have allowed for more precise control over line depth and curve, especially for the symbols that sweep across the surface with a steady, practiced motion. The uniformity implies training, knowledge passed between generations of artisans who understood not only the techniques of carving, but also the symbolic purpose behind each motif. Even when designs differ from stone to stone, the craftsmanship reveals a common discipline that tied these monuments together through shared skill rather than mere proximity. Some of the subtler features uncovered through modern imaging reveal shifts in the stone's symbolic language over time. In certain stelae, deeper carvings seem to overlay shallower ones, indicating that older motifs may have been adjusted or emphasized as traditions evolved. These changes, faint as they are, hint at a continuous engagement with the monuments rather than a single phase of construction. Communities may have returned to the stones during significant moments, renewing their meanings, reinforcing connections to ancestors, or reasserting communal identity through the act of reworking the surface. The stones therefore offer not just a record of funerary practice, but also a reflection of how the community maintained and transformed its symbolic landscape across generations. Beyond the carvings themselves, the arrangement of the stelae across the field suggests that the people of Tiya envisioned the space as a structured environment rather than a cluster of isolated markers. Path-like gaps between specific pillars show wear patterns in the soil that differ from surrounding areas, indicating regular movement in controlled directions. These traces do not resemble random foot traffic. Instead, they suggest routes that may have guided participants through ritual sequences. Whether these paths connected family groups, ceremonial zones, or symbolic divisions remains unknown, but their existence highlights the significance of movement within the site. The community did not simply visit the stones, they navigated them in ways that held meaning, repeating actions that left their presence imprinted in the landscape long after the last ceremony ended. The diversity observed among the individuals buried near the stelae continues to complicate attempts to define the group behind them. Physical analysis indicates varied life histories. Some individuals show stress patterns associated with heavy agricultural labor, while others display milder wear consistent with lighter workloads. A few skeletons exhibit healed injuries that testify to resilience over time, rather than violent encounters. These distinctions point toward a community whose members filled different roles, yet the uniformity of their burial treatment suggests equality in death. Regardless of daily responsibilities or social roles, each individual was interred according to the same symbolic framework. This consistency strengthens the impression that the stelae reflected communal identity rather than personal status. The modest grave goods reinforce this interpretation. Small beads, fragments of metal unexpectedly few in number, and occasional remnants of clothing appear sporadically among the burials. Their distribution does not correlate with age, sex, or inferred social role. Instead, they seem incidental, personal items left with the deceased rather than tokens intended to communicate identity. Their simplicity contrasts sharply with the richness of the stelae carvings. This difference supports the idea that symbolic meaning was expressed collectively through the stones rather than individually through grave goods. The community's most significant investment appears to have been in the monuments themselves, not in the objects buried with the dead. Environmental evidence surrounding the site contributes to the reconstruction of Tiya's ancient landscape. Pollen analysis indicates that the region once supported a mixture of cultivated land and woodland, creating an environment suitable for both farming and herding. Seasonal cycles likely influenced how the community interacted with the land, planting, harvesting, and moving livestock through surrounding pastures. The field of stelae may have served as a fixed point within this dynamic setting, a place returned to repeatedly as livelihoods shifted with the seasons. Its enduring presence suggests that the stones provided continuity amid the changing rhythms of daily life. Satellite sites scattered across the uplands provide additional context. These smaller clusters of stelae, some carved and others plain, show that the symbolic tradition extended beyond the main Tiya field. The differences in stylistic complexity indicate that the main site may have functioned as a focal point for a broader network of related communities. While simpler stones likely represented earlier phases or less centralized groups, the more elaborate carvings at Tiya reflect a mature stage of the tradition. The network of stelae fields suggests that the community was not isolated, but part of a constellation of groups sharing certain beliefs or ritual practices while maintaining unique local expressions. The relationship between Tiya and neighboring regions remains difficult to define precisely, but subtle clues suggest interaction. Certain aspects of the tool marks resemble carving techniques observed in stoneworking traditions farther south, while a few of the geometric forms echo abstract motifs found in portable objects from highland sites. These parallels do not indicate direct influence, so much as shared elements within a wider cultural landscape. The people behind the Tiya stelae may have participated in exchanges or seasonal gatherings with neighboring groups, absorbing and transforming ideas without adopting external artistic systems wholesale. Their monuments reflect both individuality and connectivity, a synthesis shaped by selective incorporation rather than isolation or imitation. Even though the Tiya stelae bear no inscriptions, The community responsible for them may have preserved knowledge through oral tradition rather than written text. Ethiopia's highlands have long histories of narrative preservation, where stories, genealogies, and ritual instructions pass through generations without being committed to writing. If the Tiya community followed similar patterns, the stones may have served as mnemonic anchors within a larger oral system. Their symbols could have corresponded to stories, ancestral names, or ceremonial events repeated through collective memory. Once the community dispersed or merged with others, these narratives may have faded, leaving behind monuments that no longer match any living tradition. Dental analysis provides further glimpses into the lives of those buried at Tiya. Variations in wear patterns suggest different diets within the same community. Some individuals consumed coarser foods, while others ate meals requiring less grinding or chewing. These differences might reflect household specialization, seasonal availability, or social distinctions not evident in bone structure alone. Yet despite this variation, isotopic analysis reveals a shared reliance on local crops and livestock, reinforcing the conclusion that the community maintained strong connections to the highland environment. Their diet anchors them in place even as their symbolic tradition sets them apart. The absence of trauma on the remains reinforces the idea that the Tiya monuments are not connected to conflict or sacrificial practices. Individuals died of causes typical for their time, illnesses not detectable in bone, complications of age, or conditions that left no skeletal trace. This absence of violence contrasts with several megalithic traditions in other regions where symbolic monuments correspond to warrior elites or ritualized killings. At Tiya, the evidence points instead to a funerary system built on cohesion. The stones stand not as memorials to domination or conflict, but as expressions of shared identity, belief, and continuity. Climate patterns affecting the Ethiopian highlands may have also shaped the tradition. Periods of increased rainfall could have altered the landscape around the stelae, burying some stones more deeply while exposing others. As soil accumulated over centuries, parts of the carvings disappeared below ground level. Excavations reveal that many of the stones originally stood taller, with lower motifs that only modern digging has brought back to light. Understanding the original proportions of the carvings is crucial, as the vertical arrangement of symbols may have carried meaning now obscured by time. The burial of these lower sections contributes to the difficulty of interpreting the stones fully. As imaging technology advances, archaeologists uncover faint carvings that expand the range of recognized motifs. Some stones show shallow reliefs that might represent ceremonial objects, abstract symbols, or elements of clothing once recognizable to the community. Others contain barely visible lines, suggesting that the carvers experimented with forms before settling on the designs seen today. These discoveries highlight the subtlety of the symbolic system and the likelihood that the community understood nuances not immediately apparent to modern researchers. The stones operated not only as markers, but as surfaces layered with intention. The question of social organization remains central to understanding the Tiya tradition. The uniformity of burial practices indicates that the community valued equality in death, yet the presence of carved monuments suggests a structured ritual framework. The stelae may have represented households, lineages, or ritual groups rather than individuals. Clusters of stones could correspond to specific branches of extended families, while their arrangement may reflect relationships or hierarchies that structured the community. Without inscriptions to clarify these patterns, the site's organization remains speculative. However, the stone's distribution offers clues hinting at social divisions expressed spatially rather than through material wealth. Comparisons with megalithic practices elsewhere show that communities often used standing stones to articulate relationships between land, ancestry, and identity. In some regions, stone markers served as boundary indicators, linking claims to territory with commemorations of ancestors. In others, they formed part of ritual circuits tied to seasonal or cosmological events. While Tiya does not neatly fit these categories, its placement within an agriculturally viable landscape suggests that the stones played a role in anchoring identity to place. Their continued presence long after the cessation of burials, implies that they remained relevant, even as living traditions shifted. Preservation efforts at Tiya reveal how sensitive the stones are to environmental and human impact. Rainfall can erode carvings, livestock can disturb soil layers, and unauthorized visitors sometimes scrape or lean against the stones, accelerating wear. Protective measures now aim to limit such interactions while maintaining access for researchers. Digital preservation ensures that even if the stones deteriorate physically over time, their surfaces will remain recorded in high detail. This documentation allows for ongoing study and the possibility of new interpretations as analytical techniques advance. Ultimately, the mystery of the Tiya stelae persists because the site operates at the intersection of what is visible and what is no longer knowable. The stones present a symbolic system in full view, yet stripped of the cultural context that once animated it. Their carvings speak of intention, structure, and meaning, but the keys needed to interpret them vanished with the community that shaped them. What remains is a landscape that continues to compel study, not because it promises resolution, but because its unanswered questions reveal the depth and richness of human expression in places seldom recorded by history. The field at Tiya endures as a testament to lives once lived with a sense of continuity now difficult to reconstruct. The stones retain the posture of markers laid down with confidence, conveying meaning across generations, even when those meanings have faded. They stand as reminders that communities forge identities through acts that outlast them, leaving behind legacies that survive not through written testimony, but through the persistence of carved stone rising from a highland field. Linen folded in on itself for millennia can carry an impression of the hands that shaped it, and the Tarkhan garment offers exactly that kind of quiet trace. A single glance at its surviving folds suggests a maker who approached cloth with practiced confidence, guiding narrow pleats into place as though such precision belonged to an established tradition rather than an early experiment. Fine threads run across the fabric in steady alignment, forming a surface that reacts gently to changes in light, revealing the subtle ridges left by ancient weaving. Even before researchers determined its extraordinary age, the garment conveyed a sense of purpose in its construction, an assurance that whoever tailored it understood how cloth should fall along a human form. That sense of familiarity invites deeper study, for the dress stands at the intersection of early dynastic life and a textile skill set that appears far more advanced than expected for such a distant era. Linen manufacture in the Nile Valley relied on processes that demanded patience and skill. Flax fibers required careful retting, beating, combing, and spinning before they could be worked into thread suitable for textiles. The Tarkhan garment embodies those efforts in every strand. When examined closely, each thread shows remarkable consistency and thickness, a sign that spinning was accomplished by individuals capable of maintaining even tension. This level of control suggests that textile production in early Egypt involved more than casual domestic activity. It likely functioned as a practiced craft, possibly overseen by trained workers. Such proficiency implies a social environment that valued clothing not only for utility, but also for presentation and identity. The weave pattern contributes further insight. The cloth displays a balanced plain weave, with warp and weft threads interlacing in a regular sequence. This type of construction appears simple at first glance, but requires attention to spacing and alignment to produce an even, flexible textile. The uniformity seen in the Tarkhan piece suggests an experienced hand at the loom, someone capable of maintaining rhythm without deviation. Any irregularity in weaving would interrupt the smoothness crucial for later sewing and pleating, yet the garment shows no such inconsistency. Its surface remains steady throughout, a testament to craftsmanship long overshadowed by the more visually dramatic remains of Egypt's early monuments. Tailoring reveals an additional dimension of expertise. Rather than relying on draped rectangles of cloth, the maker shaped the garment to fit the human body. The neckline tapers inward with carefully placed stitches, and the arm openings feature reinforcement designed to manage strain. Pleats at the chest were created not by chance but through deliberate folding and pressing before stitching into place. Ancient linen of this age rarely retains such detail, yet here, fine creases remain readable to modern researchers. These features indicate an understanding of how fabric behaves when worn, how it stretches, folds, and settles along shoulders and torso. That knowledge points to a lineage of garment making predating this specific piece, for skill of this level seldom emerges spontaneously. Archaeologists discovered the garment amid the debris of a First Dynasty tomb at Tarkhan, a site known for its early burials dating to around the formation of Egypt's unified state. The tomb had already been disturbed in antiquity, and the dress survived largely by accident. It was found bundled with a collection of textiles that had been stored for later examination. Only after modern researchers revisited the material did they recognize that one piece was not merely another scrap of ancient cloth. Upon unfolding, the garment revealed its pleated front and tailored structure, drawing immediate interest. Radiocarbon testing secured its place as one of the earliest known examples of a woven, fitted dress. The tomb context offers limited clues about the wearer. Most First Dynasty burials contain simple items, pottery vessels, cosmetic objects, tools, and occasional jewelry. Clothing rarely survives because linen decomposes rapidly in most burial environments unless desiccated or protected through unusual conditions. The Tarkhan piece avoided decay because the tomb's microenvironment lacked moisture and because sand sealed the textiles away from intrusive elements. The wearer's identity, however, remains unknown. Without associated skeletal remains or personal artifacts, researchers cannot determine whether the garment belonged to a woman of status, a young girl, or even a man, as early Egyptian garments sometimes transcended gender boundaries. The dress's size suggests it may have fitted a slender individual or a youth, though this remains uncertain due to shrinkage and fabric distortion over time. Textile specialists note that the garment's cut aligns with patterns seen in later Egyptian clothing, where simplicity of shape pairs with careful finishing. This resemblance raises questions about how long such design conventions existed before the dress was made. If First Dynasty artisans already produced garments bearing hallmarks of later periods, then Egypt's textile traditions may have evolved earlier than previously assumed. That possibility affects broader historical narratives, for clothing provides insight into social differentiation, labor organization, and aesthetic preferences. The fine linen used in the Tarkhan piece likely required significant labor investment, suggesting that those who produced and wore such garments participated in economic systems capable of supporting specialized roles. The garment also prompts inquiry into how early Egyptians signaled identity through dress. Fine pleats and precise stitching might indicate status, though clothing styles in early dynastic Egypt often appear uniform in depictions. Archaeological evidence, however, reveals variation in textiles even when art maintains idealized representations. The Tarkhan garment may embody a level of individuality or regional expression not preserved in formal artwork. If so, it stands as a rare material witness to personal presentation within a society often understood through monumental architecture rather than intimate details of daily life. Linen's properties contribute to interpretation. Ancient Egyptian linen ranged from coarse utilitarian pieces to extremely fine cloth approaching transparency. The Tarkhan threads fall near the finer end of this spectrum, though not the most delicate known from later periods. Their quality indicates a weaving tradition already capable of significant refinement. Producing such cloth demanded coordinated effort, cultivating flax fields, managing harvests, processing fibers, spinning thread, and operating looms. These activities required time and skill, hinting at organized textile production rather than sporadic household tasks. The garment's construction, therefore, reflects a community where clothing carried social weight and skilled makers contributed to collective identity. Microscopic analysis reveals subtle irregularities that reflect human touch. Slight variations in thread thickness show where the spinner adjusted grip or tension. Tiny inconsistencies in weave density indicate moments when the weaver shifted posture or corrected alignment. Such details bring the ancient makers into sharper focus, reminding researchers that the dress is the product of practiced movements performed repeatedly until skill became second nature. These small variations do not diminish the garment's quality. Rather, they reveal the lived reality behind an artifact preserved far beyond its intended lifespan. Cutting and sewing the fabric required tools suited to fine work. Bronze needles and sharp blades were common in early dynastic Egypt, and their marks can sometimes be detected in surviving seams. In the Tarkhan piece, stitched edges remain neat, with thread passing through small perforations created by careful needlework. The finishing along the neckline and armholes shows that the maker aimed to reduce fraying by turning the edges and securing them with close, uniform stitches. Such techniques prevent unraveling and maintain shape, demonstrating an understanding of how to increase durability while preserving appearance. The pleats along the chest are among the garment's most distinctive features. These pleats create texture and shape, allowing the fabric to sit comfortably while adding aesthetic interest. Forming pleats in linen requires skill because the fiber resists folding unless dampened or pressed. Ancient artisans likely used water or manual pressure to create crisp lines before stitching them down. The result is a garment that balances practicality with decorative subtlety, an early example of textile manipulation used for both form and function. The preservation of the dress depended on environmental factors that aligned in rare coincidence. Burial conditions in Egypt vary widely, and textiles often perish in tombs where humidity or insects infiltrate. At Tarkhan, sand insulated the tomb and reduced airflow, creating an environment suitable for long-term preservation. The garment survived in a compressed state, its folds and pleats flattened but still readable. When conservators unfolded it, they worked painstakingly to avoid damaging weakened fibers. Textiles of such age become brittle, requiring controlled humidity and delicate handling. Even after cleaning and stabilization, the fabric remains fragile, yet it retains enough structure to convey its original shape. Modern analysis relies on techniques that extend beyond visual inspection. Radiocarbon dating places the garment within the late 4th millennium BCE, though calibrations create a range rather than a precise year. Studies of fiber composition ensure that the material truly consists of linen processed from flax and not later contamination. Microscopic examination reveals wear patterns around the neckline and seams, suggesting that the garment was worn before burial, although its use may have been brief. The evenness of the fabric indicates that it was not an everyday working garment, but something reserved for special contexts, possibly ceremonial or formal occasions. Comparisons with other textiles from early Egypt reveal the garment's distinctive place within the broader corpus. Most surviving pieces from this period are simple wrappings, belts, or fragments of tunics. Few exhibit tailored shaping or refined pleating. The Tarkhan piece stands apart because it demonstrates techniques previously thought to have developed later in Egyptian history. Its existence challenges linear models of textile evolution, suggesting that innovation occurred earlier and more broadly than assumed. This complexity enriches understanding of early Egyptian society, presenting textile work as a domain where creativity flourished alongside administrative and architectural developments. The absence of decorative elements such as embroidery or beadwork invites further interpretation. The garment's elegance comes from its construction rather than external adornment. This simplicity may reflect aesthetic preferences rooted in the materials themselves, with fine linen valued for its natural qualities. Such preferences appear in later periods, where higher status garments often emphasize material excellence and subtle detailing rather than elaborate decoration. If the same values influenced First Dynasty clothing, then the Tarkhan piece fits into a longer cultural thread, emphasizing refinement over ostentation. Archaeologists remain cautious when connecting the garment to broader social structures, yet certain implications emerge. The labor required to produce fine linen suggests economic organization capable of supporting specialized roles. Whether textile workers operated within household groups, temple workshops, or emerging state institutions remains uncertain. What is clear is that the garment demonstrates coordinated skill across multiple stages of production. Such coordination reflects a community with shared knowledge and standards, suggesting that clothing served as a marker of cultural cohesion. Study of the garment extends beyond historical reconstruction. It also informs conservation practices and textile science. The cloth offers a rare chance to investigate how ancient fibers behave after millennia. Observations of weakened cellulose, mineral intrusion, and partial embrittlement help conservators refine methods for preserving other fragile textiles. In this sense, the dress contributes to modern understanding as much as it reveals about the past. The garment's proportions provide hints about physique and movement. The width and length, adjusted for shrinkage and distortion, imply a slim wearer of modest height. Whether the garment hung loosely or fitted closely is difficult to determine, though the pleats suggest shaping around the upper body. The simple straight cut below the chest may have allowed ease of movement, reflecting practical needs even within refined design. Clothing in early Egypt needed to accommodate daily activities, climate, and social expectations. The Tarkhan garment manages these demands through balanced construction that favors comfort without sacrificing style. Contexts for wearing such a garment remain speculative. It may have been used for ceremonial gatherings, household rituals, or visits requiring presentable attire. Early dynastic society involved administrative duties, religious observances, and social interactions that could call for special garments. The dress's fine construction implies occasions where appearance mattered, yet its simplicity indicates a form of elegance grounded in subtlety rather than grandeur. As researchers piece together the garment's story, they face the same challenge that accompanies many ancient textiles: gaps in evidence. Written records from the First Dynasty rarely describe clothing in detail. Artistic depictions are stylized and often focus on ideal forms rather than actual garments. Thus, the Tarkhan piece fills a significant void, offering a direct material link to a period where clothing is otherwise understood through inference. Its survival provides a rare opportunity to examine details of construction, technique, and style that would otherwise remain unknown. Even with these insights, many questions remain. Why was the garment placed in the tomb? Did it belong to the person buried there, or was it an offering? Did its pleats carry symbolic meaning, or were they purely decorative? Was the garment typical of its time, or was it exceptional? Answers remain elusive, yet each possibility expands the narrative of early Egypt's social and artistic life. The dress now sits in controlled conditions, protected from light and humidity. Its fibers no longer rest beneath desert sands, but within a space designed to preserve what remains of its form. Researchers continue to study it, revisiting old analyses as new methods develop. Each examination adds nuance, but stops short of solving every puzzle connected to its creation and use. The garment carries a quiet weight, evidence of people whose skills and choices still register through the fabric they shaped. The remaining panels still show where fabric gathered, where weight shifted across the weave, and where seams reinforced points of tension. These physical traces help reconstruct its movement. Linen responds to heat and humidity, softening with wear and stiffening when dried, and the garment's surviving folds suggest a fabric that once flowed easily when stepped into sunlight or a breeze. Even after preservation altered its flexibility, the lines of the dress still convey how it was meant to hang, angled slightly at the shoulders before falling in a straight descent toward the lower hem. This simple but calculated structure reveals how early Egyptian clothing balanced climate, comfort, and presentation long before elaborate garments became common. Pleating on ancient linen is especially significant because it requires skill to maintain. When linen is new, it can be shaped into sharp folds with pressure or dampening, but over time it tends to relax unless stitched into place. The Tarkhan piece shows evidence of both techniques. Some pleats were secured by small stitches hidden within the folds, while others appear to have been left free, perhaps relying on the natural starchiness of well-prepared linen to hold shape. These details hint at a maker who understood the subtle properties of the material, how much structure could be achieved through sewing alone, and how much depended on the initial pressing. Such knowledge suggests a textile tradition built through experience rather than trial and error, one in which makers pass down methods through close instruction. The garment's neckline offers additional clues about tailoring practices. Its shape narrows gently, forming a subtle V that would have rested comfortably across the upper chest. The seam reinforces this opening with small, evenly spaced stitches, preventing fabric from stretching or fraying. These stitches, though modest, required refined technique because linen fibers can split when pierced too aggressively. Maintaining neat, consistent perforations indicates that the needlework was performed by someone who had sewn many garments before. This level of precision does not appear experimental. It looks practiced, confident, and deeply familiar. Arm openings are reinforced in a similar manner, narrowing slightly toward the top of the shoulder. This shaping ensures that the garment would not slip or twist during movement. In early dynastic Egypt, clothing had to accommodate practical daily activities as well as moments of formal presentation. The Tarkhan piece seems designed to balance both needs. Its construction suggests that the wearer could move without restriction, yet its tailored features indicate attention to how the garment appeared from multiple angles. Even without decoration, the silhouette alone would have communicated care and intention. One of the more intriguing features lies in the seam placements. Rather than assembling the garment from multiple small pieces, the maker used large panels of linen, minimizing the number of seams. This technique reduces weak points where fabric might tear and also preserves the smooth visual effect of the weave. Using large panels implies access to substantial lengths of cloth produced on looms wide enough to create ample sections. That capability reinforces the idea of a well-established textile infrastructure, with looms and workshops capable of producing materials in quantities beyond household needs. The archaeological context offers a glimpse into the environment that produced such work. The First Dynasty saw the consolidation of political authority along the Nile and the development of administrative systems that managed agriculture, labor, and craft production. While monumental architecture and ceremonial objects receive significant attention, textiles formed an essential component of daily life. Clothing served both practical and symbolic purposes, and the ability to produce fine linen contributed to social identity. The Tarkhan garment reflects this intersection of craft and culture, providing a rare material link to practices otherwise hidden behind stone inscriptions and royal imagery. Radiocarbon testing anchors the garment within a chronological frame, but also broadens interpretive possibilities. Its age suggests that textile technologies reached considerable sophistication before monumental constructions like the Step Pyramid began to reshape Egypt's visual landscape. This contrast between humble materials and monumental structures reveals the diversity of early Egyptian innovation. While stone architecture often symbolizes the achievements of the period, textiles represent another domain where skill advanced steadily, shaping everyday experience in ways rarely preserved archaeologically. The absence of explicit decoration on the Tarkhan piece raises questions about aesthetic choices. Egyptian clothing from later dynasties sometimes featured embroidery, applique, or beadwork, yet early garments often relied on the inherent qualities of the material. Linen's smooth surface and subtle sheen, created by the structure of flax fibers, may have provided all the visual appeal needed. The decision to emphasize pleating rather than external ornamentation suggests a cultural preference for understated refinement. In this sense, the garment aligns with a longer tradition that valued material excellence as much as embellishment. Preservation challenges complicate interpretations of color and texture. Ancient linen could vary in shade depending on processing methods, ranging from pale cream to soft beige. Exposure to sand and burial conditions may have altered the original hue, leaving questions about how the garment appeared when first worn. If the textile retained a warm, natural shade, its aesthetic impact would have relied on the interplay of light across its surface. Pleats would have created shifting patterns of shadow, enhancing visual depth without requiring dyed accents or additional adornment. The state of preservation also affects estimates of the wearer's physical dimensions. Linen shrinks when dried repeatedly over millennia, and fibers tighten as they lose moisture. Conservators account for these changes, but exact measurements remain approximations. Even so, the garment's proportions suggest a relatively small frame. Whether this reflects the stature of a typical First Dynasty individual or the size of a specific wearer is uncertain. Skeletal remains from the period indicate a range of heights not drastically different from later ancient Egyptian populations, so the garment may represent only one example within a broader spectrum of sizes. Beyond its immediate features, the garment provokes broader questions about identity and personal expression. Clothing in early Egypt carried associations with status, occupation, and ritual roles. Although most artistic depictions from the period present idealized, simplified clothing forms, real garments likely exhibited greater variation. The Tarkhan piece could reflect a particular household's preference, regional style, or generational tradition. Without comparable textiles from the same context, it stands as both representative and unique, typical of fine linen craftsmanship, yet individually distinguished by its specific tailoring. Scholars consider the possibility that the garment was worn during life rather than produced solely for funerary purposes. Wear patterns near the collar and seams suggest light use, lending weight to this interpretation. If the garment accompanied the wearer into the tomb, it may have held personal significance. Ancient Egyptian burial customs often included objects that connected the deceased to their lived experience, though wealthier tombs featured items intended for the afterlife, rather than used in everyday life. The Tarkhan dress, however, lacks the extravagance associated with elite funerary garments, making it plausible that it belonged to an individual whose clothing reflected practical elegance, rather than ceremonial display. The tomb's disturbed condition complicates interpretation. Ancient looters often removed valuable goods, leaving textiles behind. Because linen was not considered precious in the same sense as jewelry, metals, or oils, garments sometimes remained even when other items were taken. The presence of the dress among jumbled textiles suggests that it was overlooked during such disturbances. Its survival therefore stems not from deliberate preservation but from circumstance, an accidental relic that escaped removal and decay. When researchers first unfolded the garment, they encountered fragile fibers that required slow, meticulous handling. Ancient linen can crumble if unrolled too quickly, and conservators had to stabilize weakened threads before cleaning the surface. The process revealed layered folds preserved by centuries of compression. Once unfolded, the garment regained a shape close to its original silhouette, though some parts remained distorted. These distortions offer insight into how the dress was folded or stored before burial, hinting at practices of textile handling in early Egypt. As study progressed, specialists examined the stitches securing the seams. The thread used for sewing appears similar to the fabric's warp and weft threads, suggesting that the same type of thread was used for both weaving and construction. This implies integrated production. Spinners produce thread used for multiple purposes, reflecting an efficient approach to textile work. The consistency between sewing thread and fabric thread also reinforces the garment's cohesive aesthetic, ensuring that stitches blend rather than contrast visibly with the surrounding cloth. The garment's hem offers another point of interest. Its lower edge shows signs of careful finishing, likely reflecting the maker's awareness that hems experience significant wear. The hem is double-turned, folded twice before stitching, reducing fraying and increasing durability. This technique remains common in modern clothing, demonstrating continuity in textile practices across vast spans of time. That continuity reflects practical knowledge. Regardless of era, fabric behaves similarly under certain conditions, and solutions to common problems persist across generations. Textile scholars analyzing the fabric's thread note that the density of the weave falls within a range considered fine for early linen. Although not the most delicate known, the fabric demonstrates skill in maintaining consistent spacing between threads. Thread count alone does not determine textile quality, but combined with smoothness, evenness, and stability, it reveals a level of expertise that elevates the garment beyond everyday cloth. The combination of these factors places the Tarkhan dress among the earliest examples of tailored linen attire executed with care. The garment's pleating has drawn particular attention because pleats rarely survive in textiles this old. Pleats require preservation conditions that prevent fabric from relaxing, and the sands of Tarkhan provided an environment capable of maintaining creases. The presence of pleats suggests that early Egyptian clothing incorporated shaping techniques associated with later fashion. This challenges assumptions about when certain textile aesthetics emerged, expanding understanding of how style developed in ancient societies. Comparative studies involving other early textile fragments help contextualize the garment. Some fragments from nearby sites show simpler weaves or lack tailored features. Others exhibit experimental stitching or uneven threadwork, suggesting different levels of skill among textile producers. The Tarkhan dress stands on the more refined end of this spectrum. Whether this reflects a workshop known for high-quality output or an individual of particular skill remains uncertain. However, its complexity suggests that fine garments existed alongside more utilitarian ones, enriching the picture of early Egyptian craft diversity. Modern imaging tools offer additional insight. Infrared photography reveals faint seam lines and small repairs almost invisible to the naked eye. These repairs could indicate attempts to reinforce weak spots during the garment's use, supporting the idea that it was worn rather than made purely for burial. Such repairs also highlight the value placed on the garment. If the wearer chose to mend rather than replace it, the piece may have held practical or sentimental significance. Environmental analysis of the burial site contributes to understanding how the textile survived. Soil samples reveal minimal organic activity around the garment, meaning bacteria and insects had limited opportunity to degrade the fibers. Low humidity also prevented mold growth, which often destroys ancient cloth. This combination of factors created an environment rare enough to preserve a textile in recognizable form. Without these conditions, the garment would likely have disintegrated entirely, leaving only traces of thread or fiber residues. The garment's broader implications reach beyond its immediate archaeological context. As one of the earliest known examples of woven clothing with tailored shaping, it represents a key moment in the history of dress clothing, shifted gradually from draped styles toward fitted forms that required cutting and sewing. And the Tarkhan piece suggests that this transition occurred earlier than expected. Its existence provides evidence that early Egyptians had already developed a nuanced understanding of how to manipulate cloth for both function and expression. Finally, the garment prompts reflection on how much remains unknown about textile traditions. Written records from early Egypt focus on administration, ritual, and monumental events, leaving everyday practices underrepresented. Yet clothing offers insight into identity, labor, and artistry that textual sources cannot provide. The Tarkhan dress, fragile but informative, reaches across millennia to illuminate a tradition shaped by skilled hands and lived experience. Bronze artifacts can reveal ideas that seldom survive in written form, and the Trundholm sun chariot stands as one of the clearest examples of this. The small sculpture combines a horse, a wheeled platform, and a brilliant disc covered in gold leaf, forming a composition that condenses an entire worldview into a handful of carefully crafted components. The horse appears to be caught mid-stride, its legs extended with a tension that suggests movement rather than stillness, as though the sculptor wished to convey a continuous journey rather than a frozen pose. Beside it, the circular disc rises from a framework supported by 6 wheels, its gilded side still glinting under strong light in a way that feels intentional even now. The decision to combine these elements, the animal, the wheels, the luminous disc, shows a level of conceptual planning that goes far beyond ornamentation. Every part appears chosen to participate in a larger symbolic arrangement whose meaning remains partially out of reach. The object surfaced in 1902 when a farmer near Trundholm encountered fragments of bronze while working in a peat bog. At first glance, the pieces resembled bits of worn metal often found in such wetlands. Bogs preserve materials in unusual ways, sealing organic matter and metal under layers of moisture and acidity that slow decay. Because of this, discoveries are not uncommon, but they are often difficult to interpret without clear context. When researchers examined the fragments from Trundholm, they noticed distinct shapes, curving limbs, circular components and small wheels that hinted at a more complex object. Once conservation experts cleaned the material, the sculpture revealed itself in full, a horse pulling a large disc mounted on a wheeled frame. The composition surprised scholars who had not seen anything comparable from the region. Its survival depended entirely on the protective environment of the bog, which prevented corrosion from erasing the fine details of the bronze and gold. Casting the horse alone required considerable knowledge. The artisan used a lost wax process, modeling the animal in wax before encasing it in clay and heating the mold so molten bronze could flow in. This technique allows for refined contours, and the sculptor used it to create limbs thin enough to be delicate, yet strong enough to hold their shape. The lines of the horse's legs and torso are subtle but intentional, showing attention to proportion and posture. The tilt of the head, the stretch of the legs, and the curve of the neck each contribute to a sense of forward motion. This is not the rigid, heavily stylized form seen in many later Scandinavian figures. Instead, it presents a dynamic pose that suggests energy and progression. The craftsman clearly understood how to manipulate bronze to express movement rather than abstraction. The disc behind the horse displays another level of technical and symbolic complexity. One side retains patches of gold leaf applied in thin sheets, hammered until almost translucent, before being pressed onto the bronze surface. The choice to gild only one face of the disc has long captured scholarly interest. The gilded surface would have caught and reflected light, while the opposite side, decorated with incised lines and spirals, presents a completely different visual experience. The contrast implies a deliberate conceptual distinction. Gold was rare and valued during the Nordic Bronze Age, often reserved for objects associated with high status or ritual significance. Applying it selectively suggests the artisan intended the disc to have a bright side and another less luminous aspect, though the precise meaning of this duality remains unknown. The carved patterns on the plain side belong to a broader Bronze Age decorative vocabulary, yet their specific arrangement on the Trundholm disc has no exact parallels, leaving open the question of whether they carried specific cosmological meanings understood by the people who created the object. The wheeled frame beneath the horse and disc adds yet another dimension to the sculpture. The 6 wheels were cast separately and attached in a way that allows rotation, though how much the chariot was intended to move is uncertain. Miniature wheels appear in Scandinavian Bronze Age contexts, but they rarely accompany representational figures. They often occur as isolated symbols or ritual components. Their inclusion here could signal conceptual movement rather than actual mobility, suggesting a metaphorical journey rather than a physical one. The alignment of wheels beneath both horse and disc reinforces the idea that the entire composition represents a unified concept involving motion, progression, or cyclical travel. Interpreting the chariot requires examining the broader archaeological landscape of the Nordic Bronze Age. Communities in Denmark and southern Scandinavia produced an extraordinary number of bronze tools, weapons, jewelry, and decorative plates. Many of these items display spiral motifs, radiating patterns, and carefully structured compositions that reflect a shared aesthetic language. Yet few depict animals or celestial symbols in this representational way. Most artifacts emphasize abstract forms rather than narrative scenes. The sun chariot therefore stands apart, offering an unusually literal expression of symbolic concepts within a culture that typically favored geometric or stylized decoration. Its discovery in a bog introduces further interpretive questions. Wetland deposits across northern Europe frequently contain metal objects placed intentionally rather than accidentally lost. Many swords, axes, and ornaments retrieved from bogs were deliberately bent or broken before being deposited, suggesting ceremonial acts rather than mishap. Because the Trundholm chariot was found without accompanying items or damage that clearly indicates ritual destruction, its placement remains ambiguous. It may have been offered as part of a ceremony involving water, fertility, or cosmological cycles, but no surrounding evidence confirms this, Without contextual artifacts or structural features, the reasons for its deposition remain open to speculation. The bronze alloy itself provides clues about trade and craftsmanship. Analysis shows a mixture of copper and tin consistent with alloys produced and circulated across large parts of Bronze Age Europe. Scandinavia lacked local tin sources, meaning communities relied on trade routes to obtain the metal. This indicates that the artisans who created the chariot participated in long-distance exchanges that connected Scandinavia with Central Europe and beyond. The procurement of tin, the casting of bronze, and the application of gold all demonstrate access to materials and knowledge that required cooperation within a socially organized community. The object's scale also invites consideration. Measuring less than 60 centimeters in total length, it fits comfortably within the category of portable ritual artifacts. Its size suggests it may have been displayed in ceremonial spaces, carried in processions, or manipulated during performances. If the gilded side of the disc faced participants during such events, the reflected light from fire or sun could have produced striking visual effects. These luminous qualities would have added to the sculpture's symbolic impact, reinforcing whatever conceptual message it was meant to represent. Wear patterns contribute additional information. Fine scratches on the gilded surface suggest the object was handled repeatedly. The wheels show signs of abrasion, indicating some degree of rotation occurred at different points in its life. These marks do not prove it functioned as a rolling toy or practical model, but show that movement, real or symbolic, formed part of its use. Whether these movements took place in ritual structures, open-air gatherings, or small ceremonial settings is unknown, but the evidence supports the idea that the chariot was not a static object stored away from human interaction. The horse's pose invites interpretations beyond its craftsmanship. Its extended legs create an impression of ongoing travel rather than a momentary step, a choice that shifts the focus from animal representation to conceptual motion. Even without written myths to confirm the thought systems of the Nordic Bronze Age, such artistic decisions signal a desire to portray a force or entity moving across realms. In many ancient cultures, the sun's path across the sky became a central metaphor for renewal, time, and stability. While it is impossible to assert a direct connection, the idea that the disk might represent a celestial body is not unreasonable when considered alongside the chariot's symbolic composition. Scientific imaging and metallurgical studies continue to refine understanding of the object. Magnified examination shows faint tool marks on the gold leaf, indicating experienced metalworkers shaped it with consistent pressure. The incised motifs display variations that likely reflect different crafting sequences rather than improvisation. These details illustrate a methodical process guided by established artistic practices, even if those practices remain only partially preserved in surviving artifacts. By the time the first half of the investigation ends, the object emerges as a carefully constructed symbol shaped by technical knowledge, material access, and conceptual intention. The composition, craftsmanship, and archaeological context all point toward a community that invested meaning into bronze and gold, using these materials to express ideas that no longer survive in written or oral form. The object remains firmly rooted in its period yet stands apart in its unusual representational form. Its presence brings together artistry, belief, and symbolic thought in a way that encourages sustained attention. The moment the horse and disc were reconstructed, scholars realized that the combination was not random or decorative. The proportions of each component seem guided by principles that were never recorded, but must have been well understood by those who created it. The disc is too large to be a simple ornament, and the horse's posture is too specific to be purely aesthetic. Both choices suggest an intention to present relationships between motion and stillness, light and absence of light, or earthly and celestial domains. The wheels beneath the composition reinforce this impression, transforming the sculpture into a kind of model capable of expressing complex ideas through a series of balanced physical forms. The incised patterns on the non-gilded side of the disc are especially revealing. When examined closely under strong light, faint arcs and spirals appear, some overlapping and others separated by subtle spacing. These marks were not made quickly. They carry the consistency of a practiced hand. In other Bronze Age artifacts, such patterns sometimes relate to cycles, ceremonial timing, or the structuring of ornamental fields. While no one can identify the precise meaning of the motifs on the Trundholm disc, the presence of spirals and radiating lines connects the object to larger artistic currents moving across Eurasia during the 2nd millennium BCE. These designs appear on belt plates, ceremonial blades, and metal ornaments from regions hundreds of kilometers apart, indicating that symbolic vocabulary circulated widely through trade routes and cultural interactions. Yet despite these contemporary parallels, the Trundholm chariot holds features that have no direct counterpart in Scandinavia or beyond. The pairing of a horse with a circular disc has attracted comparisons to solar imagery documented in later Indo-European traditions, but these texts post-date the object by many centuries. The temptation to project later myths backward must be resisted, as doing so risks flattening cultural distinctions. Instead, interpretation relies entirely on what the artifact communicates through craftsmanship, material choices, and archaeological context. The horse's dynamic pose, the disc's dual surfaces, and the presence of wheels together indicate that the object was meant to embody movement, transformation, and visual contrast. These meanings would have been instantly legible to the people who used or observed the chariot, even if they cannot be recovered fully today. The gold leaf that survives on the disc provides insight into ancient metalworking and the symbolic importance of luminosity. Gold is one of the few metals that resists tarnishing, retaining its brightness regardless of time. In societies lacking extensive written documentation, materials sometimes serve as conveyors of meaning because of their physical properties. Gold's reflective quality can be interpreted in multiple ways: brilliance, vitality, prestige, or connection to powerful forces. Its selective application on the Trundholm disc would have created a dramatic visual effect in environments illuminated by torches or sunlight. Even thin layers of gold catch light in a way that draws attention, producing a shimmer that seems to move across the surface. Such visual effects may have enhanced the object's symbolic role in ceremonies, making its presence known even before its form was recognized. The relationship between light and motion becomes more apparent when considering how the chariot may have been used. The wear on the wheels suggests limited rotation, not enough to indicate extended movement, but enough to imply interaction over time. Handling the object, tilting it, or rolling it a short distance would cause the gold to sparkle differently depending on the angle. These shifts in brightness might have been interpreted as signs of transformation or transition. If used during gatherings or rituals, even simple adjustments of position could have symbolically reenacted cycles or journeys. Such possibilities highlight the object's potential as a functional symbol rather than a static representation. The broader archaeological setting enhances this interpretation. Bronze Age Scandinavia features numerous burial mounds and ceremonial sites where metal items appear arranged in deliberate patterns. Some mounds include objects aligned with seasonal sunlight, suggesting awareness of celestial cycles. Other structures show evidence of gatherings involving controlled fire, rhythmic activity, and formalized movement. In these contexts, symbolic objects often played key roles in structuring communal experience. Although the Trundholm chariot was not found directly associated with such a site, its design aligns closely with the kinds of symbolism present in the region. The object's capacity to interact with light and motion suggests that it may have served in similar settings before its deposition. Examining the horse's sculpted anatomy reveals another layer of significance. The animal's legs extend in a manner that conveys uninterrupted progression, without any indication of fatigue or strain. This portrayal does not reflect a realistic gait, but instead captures an idea: continuous forward motion. The sculptor chose to isolate a single phase of movement and transform it into a permanent state. This artistic decision places the emphasis not on the animal, but on the action it represents. The horse becomes a vessel for a concept, perhaps persistence, transition, or the passage of time. In many ancient cultures, animals serve as intermediaries between different realms or forces, and the horse's role in the chariot may reflect a similar conceptual function. The object also raises questions about who commissioned it and who used it. The technical skill required to create it suggests that the artisan belonged to a community where metalworking knowledge was preserved and supported. Such expertise does not develop in isolation. It requires apprenticeships, access to resources, and social structures that allow certain individuals to specialize. The Trundholm chariot therefore hints at a society with established roles and recognized hierarchies. The gold leaf in particular indicates that the object belonged to someone or something associated with prestige. Whether tied to leadership, ritual duties, or collective identity, the chariot embodied social value. Three-dimensional models created in recent years show how the sculpture may have originally appeared before corrosion muted its colors. Fresh bronze has a warm reddish tone that contrasts sharply with the brightness of gold. This combination would have amplified the object's visual impact. When combined with the dynamic pose of the horse and the prominent disc, the sculpture likely commanded attention in any setting where it was presented. Firelight and sunlight both create complex reflections on polished metal surfaces, producing effects that ancient observers would have interpreted as intentional. The object's design thus appears crafted to harness natural illumination in ways that reinforced its symbolic purpose. The incised lines on the non-gilded side of the disc deserve renewed attention as well. Under magnification, the irregularities in line depth and curvature reveal moments where the artisan adjusted pressure or direction. These variations suggest a deliberate working process rather than mechanical routine. The motifs do not form recognizable images or maps, but their rhythm and spacing mirror patterns found on ceremonial daggers, belt plates, and decorative mounts across the region. This repetition of design principles shows that the artisan who created the chariot was part of a broader tradition of symbolic ornamentation. Whether these motifs conveyed specific meanings or served as aesthetic conventions is unclear, but their presence links the object to regional artistic language. The preservation of the chariot in peat allowed microscopic traces of its original surface to remain intact. Without this unusual natural protection, the bronze would have corroded completely, and the gold leaf would have dissolved long ago. The bog therefore played an accidental but crucial role in preserving a piece of material culture that would otherwise have vanished. Such preservation events are rare and often unpredictable. They create gaps in the archaeological record where certain categories of objects survive while others disappear entirely. The uniqueness of the Trundholm chariot may reflect these preservation biases rather than the absence of similar symbolic objects in Bronze Age Scandinavia. Even so, the object's singular nature within the surviving archaeological record highlights the importance of approaching it without forcing parallels. While researchers have noted that solar symbols and circular motifs appear frequently in Bronze Age art, the exact combination seen in the chariot has no direct match. This lack of comparison creates both challenge and opportunity. It prevents definitive interpretation while inviting broader reflection on how ancient societies expressed belief through material culture. Rather than fitting neatly into known iconographic categories, the chariot sits at the intersection of multiple artistic traditions, representing a fusion of influences that may have arisen from contact, innovation, or shared conceptual frameworks across vast distances. The object's role within its original community remains elusive. It may have been placed on an altar, carried during ceremonies, or displayed in communal gatherings. It could have functioned as a teaching tool, a representation of a mythic event, or a physical embodiment of a cosmological principle. Because the Bronze Age lacked written records in the region, objects like the chariot served as repositories of meaning. They allowed communities to encode and transmit concepts through visual and tactile experiences rather than written narratives. The Trundholm chariot remains one of the clearest surviving examples of this practice, offering a rare glimpse into a symbolic world otherwise reconstructed through fragmentary evidence. Analyzing the object's metallurgical data contributes to understanding its place within regional networks. The alloy's tin content reflects trade links that extended far beyond Scandinavia. tin traveled through complex supply routes involving multiple intermediary communities. The craftsmanship displayed in the chariot indicates that specialized artisans handled the material once it arrived. Such specialists would have occupied respected positions within their societies, supported by broader systems of resource distribution and social organization. The chariot therefore reflects not only symbolic meaning, but also economic and social structures that shaped Bronze Age life. The broader Scandinavian landscape of the period includes stone settings, ceremonial cairns and rock carvings, many of which incorporate circular or radiating forms. These motifs suggest awareness of cosmic cycles, seasonal transitions, and the significance of celestial observation. Although no rock carving directly depicts a horse pulling a disc, the repeated use of circular designs points toward a cultural framework in which the sun and its movement held importance. The Trundholm chariot may be part of this conceptual network, even if it stands apart in form. Recent imaging techniques have further illuminated details previously too faint to evaluate. Microscopic analysis of the gold leaf shows that the artisan applied it in overlapping sheets, smoothing the transitions with tools that left faint, parallel striations. These marks indicate practiced technique and a deliberate aesthetic goal. The gold's boundaries stop short of the disc's edges, leaving a thin border of bronze visible. This framing effect may have been intentional, emphasizing the contrast between metal surfaces. Small scratches on the gold likely resulted from repeated handling rather than environmental abrasion, suggesting that the object was touched or moved often during its active life. The wheels remain among the most intriguing components. Their design is too refined to be merely symbolic, yet too delicate to support substantial physical activity. They serve as markers of conceptual motion, reinforcing the idea that the sculpture represents an ongoing process rather than an isolated scene. The presence of multiple wheels also creates visual balance, anchoring the composition and allowing the horse and disc to appear connected through a unified mechanism. Even with intensive study, the object keeps part of its meaning hidden. This uncertainty reflects both the strengths and limitations of material evidence. Without written explanations, interpretation must rely on form, material, and context. The Trundholm chariot communicates through these elements, offering enough detail to invite understanding while withholding specifics that were once known intuitively within its community. That combination of clarity and mystery gives the object its enduring capacity to provoke thought. What survives today is a sculpture that functions as a distilled representation of a worldview shaped by movement, luminosity, and crafted expression. Its proportions, materials, and subtle wear patterns preserve traces of a society that understood bronze and gold not only as resources, but as conveyors of meaning. The object remains physically small, yet its symbolic reach extends across centuries, inviting modern observers to consider how ancient communities translated their understanding of nature and time into material form. The chariot achieves this through balance, between abstraction and representation, between motion and stability, and between what can be known and what has vanished. Lines of carved sandstone began resurfacing only when later temples were dismantled, and what emerged from the masonry fill astonished the scholars who first examined them. Instead of weathered rubble or anonymous construction scrap, they found blocks preserving scenes from a visual program unlike anything known from Egypt's earlier religious traditions. Each piece carried a portion of an image, a curve of a torso rendered in graceful raised relief, a slanting jawline elongated beyond usual proportions, the unmistakable radiating arms of the A10 stretching toward royal figures whose bodies followed a style that seems to belong to a different artistic language altogether. These small sandstone units, known now as Talatat, were once part of vast wall surfaces erected during Akhenaten's push to reshape Egyptian religious life. Though scattered and incomplete, they form a record of a cultural experiment whose surviving monuments were later dismantled with determination and used as raw material for other pharaonic building projects. Their discovery was not the result of a targeted search for Amarna period remains. Instead, They appeared unexpectedly during the removal of massive stone cores behind pylons and temple gateways of Ramesside constructions. Workers clearing these areas noticed that many of the reused stones bore carved surfaces facing inward, concealed intentionally by the later builders who filled their walls with the remnants of an earlier era. When archaeologists turned these pieces outward, they recognized consistent stylistic features: elongated royal silhouettes, rays ending in tiny hands holding ankhs, and architectural fragments from structures long vanished above ground. Bit by bit, it became clear that the Ramesside kings had systematically dismantled Akhenaten's temples and repurposed the blocks to erase both the physical and ideological presence of the Aten cult. The dimensions of these stones reflect a deliberate break from centuries of Egyptian building practice. Traditional temples relied on huge limestone or sandstone blocks, handled by specialized crews skilled in quarrying and placement. Akhenaten's program needed speed. His religious reforms unfolded quickly, requiring rapid construction of entirely new ceremonial spaces aligned with his theological priorities. Talatat, being small enough for a single worker to lift, accelerated every stage of building. Walls went up quickly, and decorative programs could advance at a pace matched to the king's ideological transformation. This choice reveals practical urgency. The architecture had to keep up with the shifting religious order that centered on the Aten's direct relationship with the royal household. The reliefs carved across these blocks were executed with remarkable consistency despite the accelerated workflow. Many show sequences of ritual movement, offering scenes, architectural backdrops, and glimpses of ceremonial objects used within Aten-focused worship. Undertaking these compositions on thousands of uniformly sized stones required coordinated teams of artisans working under a shared visual blueprint. Each block was a component of a larger tableau, and when assembled, the walls would have displayed continuous images flowing across long corridors and open courts built to admit unfiltered sunlight. Because the Aten's rays were central to the Reformed theology, these spaces were designed to be flooded with daylight, and the reliefs emphasized the connection between divine light and royal action. The artistic style of the figures remains among the most distinctive elements of the Amarna period. Bodies take on unfamiliar proportions: elongated skulls, narrow torsos, prominent stomachs, and exaggerated hips. Limbs curve with a softness not found in the traditionally rigid poses carved in earlier temples. This was not an attempt to portray physical reality, but a symbolic transformation meant to communicate a theological truth. Akhenaten's body served as an ideological emblem, differentiating him from all previous kings. The Talatat reliefs treat his form as a central motif, repeating it in poses ranging from ritual offering to moments of familial interaction with Nefertiti and their daughters. These scenes contrast sharply with the formal, solitary posture typical of earlier royal iconography, presenting a new model of kingship grounded in intimate divine connection rather than inherited cosmic order. The fragments also preserve traces of architectural experimentation. Background elements show sloping altars, distinctive column types, and unconventional architraves associated with Aten temples in both Thebes and Amarna. Since Akhenaten abandoned Thebes for the new capital at Akhetaten during his 5th regnal year, the Talatat recovered from Theban contexts. Capture a phase of the religious revolution that predates the construction of the more famous temples at Amarna. These blocks therefore represent an early stage of the movement, preserving architectural ideas that might have been altered or refined by the time the king relocated. As a result, they offer a rare window into a transitional moment when the theological shift was still crystallizing. Archaeologists attempting to reconstruct the original wall scenes face significant obstacles. Although tens of thousands of Talatat have been catalogued, their dispersal across storage depots and museums complicates efforts to identify matching pieces. Some scenes can be partially reassembled, revealing portions of grand processional imagery or daily temple activities. Yet many blocks appear to have come from structures whose existence is not otherwise documented. This suggests that the number of Atenist temples erected during Akhenaten's early years was much greater than previously believed. The sheer quantity of decorated blocks implies an intense, short-lived burst of construction in Thebes, highlighting how deeply the king intended to embed his reforms before abandoning the city to build Akhetaten. The content carved onto the Talatat also testified to the ideological centrality of sunlight. Scenes repeatedly emphasize open courtyards, elevated platforms exposed to the sky, and ritual acts performed outdoors rather than within shadowed sanctuaries. This shift marked a fundamental break from traditional Egyptian temple design, where the most sacred spaces were dark, enclosed chambers. Under Akhenaten, divine presence was no longer encountered in the dim interior of a shrine, but in the visible rays of the Aten descending upon the royal family. The Talatat capture this conceptual transformation in countless small details. The angle of light carved into the stone, the placement of offerings beneath the radiating disk, and the configurations of altars meant to stand beneath the open sky. The political implications of these blocks deepen their importance. Their reuse by later pharaohs demonstrates a concerted effort to erase the Amarna period from public memory. Carved images of Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and the Aten cult were chiseled away, buried, or turned inward within newly built monuments. Reusing the Talatat as filler served both practical and ideological purposes. They provided abundant building material, while symbolically burying a theological movement that had disrupted Egypt's long-standing religious continuity. The blocks now serve as unintended archaeological archives created by the very builders who sought to silence the imagery they concealed. Details preserved on individual stones offer rare glimpses of daily ritual life associated with the Aten cult. Priests appear in sheer linen garments, raising trays of offerings arranged in ways that differ from traditional depictions. Musicians, incense bearers, and attendants are shown participating in ceremonies that seem more open and communal than the closed, formalized rites documented in earlier temples. While interpretation must proceed cautiously, these scenes hint at a restructured priesthood, whose roles and functions transformed alongside the theological shift. Since written records from the Amarna period are fragmentary and often propagandistic, the Talatat provides some of the most direct visual evidence for how ritual actions may have been performed during Akhenaten's reforms. One of the most striking aspects of the blocks is the degree of individuality sometimes given to minor figures. Artisans carved attendants with varied brows, chins, and body types, representing a subtle shift toward more diverse human forms, rarely emphasized in traditional Egyptian temple art. Whether this reflects ideological intent or simply workshop variation is unclear, but the result adds a layer of complexity to the scenes that sets them apart from earlier reliefs. Such detail suggests that the massive building program accommodated a significant number of artisans, each contributing distinct stylistic touches under a unifying artistic direction. Many blocks preserve sections of architectural inscriptions naming Aten with a unique titulary crafted during Akhenaten's reign. These inscriptions, which rewrote divine nomenclature to emphasize the solar disk's singular authority, reflect the king's attempt to redefine the foundations of Egyptian religion. The Talatat therefore become crucial textual witnesses in addition to their visual content. They preserve forms of Aten's name that later periods deliberately erased, offering material confirmation of changes documented in surviving boundary stelae and royal inscriptions at Amarna. The surfaces of some blocks contain traces of pigment, indicating that the original compositions were fully colored. Shades of red, blue, yellow, and green once filled the reliefs, transforming the sandstone into vivid scenes visible from a distance. The survival of pigment on certain Talatat is rare but invaluable, providing insight into Amarna period color palettes and workshop techniques. The bright hues would have intensified the emphasis on sunlight, reinforcing the ideology of divine radiance through the interplay of color and carved form. As the number of catalogued Talatat continues to grow, researchers face the challenge of matching pieces that may have been separated for more than a century. Digital reconstruction efforts aim to piece together scenes using high-resolution imaging and pattern recognition, attempting to reunite stones that once shared continuous surface lines. Even with these tools, only portions of the original wall compositions can be restored. Many blocks remain without identifiable neighbors, representing lost structures or sections too fragmented to reassemble. Their isolation underscores how much of the Atenist architectural program disappeared when Akhenaten's successors dismantled his monuments and reused the stones. The Talatat also illuminate the economic and administrative systems that supported the rapid construction program. Producing so many carved blocks required organized quarrying, transport networks, and workshops staffed by artisans capable of sustaining high output. These conditions reflect a concentrated mobilization of state resources directed toward the Aten cult. In this sense, the blocks are not merely artistic fragments, but indicators of governmental strategy during a period of intense ideological change. Their sheer number suggests that Akhenaten's reforms were not limited to theology or iconography, but reshaped the administrative machinery of Egypt to support a radically new religious vision. Through these stones, archaeologists gain rare insight into how a sweeping cultural transformation manifested physically in labor, architecture, and artistic production. Instead of relying solely on royal inscriptions, often filtered through political motives, the Talatat provide direct evidence of the scale and speed of Akhenaten's ambitions. They document the coordination of workshops, the planning of temple complexes, and the visual language that defined the short-lived dominance of Atenist belief. Even though the full architectural context remains lost, the fragments preserve enough detail to demonstrate that Akhenaten's experiment extended far beyond doctrinal changes. It restructured the built environment in ways unprecedented in Egyptian history. As scholars continue examining the growing corpus of Talatat, recurring motifs begin to clarify the conceptual world Akhenaten attempted to shape. Among these patterns is the consistent emphasis on proximity between the royal family and the Aten. The reliefs capture repeated scenes in which Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their daughters stand beneath the descending rays, receiving life-giving symbols in gestures rendered with a warmth uncommon in earlier Egyptian art. The presence of family in these ritual contexts suggests a theological premise in which the royal household served not simply as political rulers, but as the essential mediators between humanity and the solar deity. This recurrent motif appears across hundreds of fragments, reinforcing the centrality of the family in the redefined sacred order. Even though the blocks are dispersed and incomplete, the surviving poses reveal a carefully orchestrated ideology built on the notion that spiritual authority emanated directly through the royal lineage. Within this imagery, small ceremonial objects depicted on some blocks offer additional clues. Trays of offerings arranged in unusual patterns differ from the more standardized offerings seen in temples dedicated to Amun or Ptah. Instead of complex mixtures of food and drink laid out in traditional arrays, the Aten offerings often include items displayed in ordered, symmetrical formations. Their precise symbolism remains unclear, but the uniformity suggests ritual practices distinct from older traditions. Some objects are unfamiliar entirely, hinting at ceremonial innovations that have left no written description. These details gain weight when seen repeatedly across unrelated blocks, implying that they belong to rituals performed regularly rather than isolated special events. In addition to ritual scenes, the Talatat preserve glimpses of the built environment that once surrounded these ceremonies. Architectural fragments show open courts, sloping altars, columned walkways, and platforms designed to function under the full exposure of sunlight. These features reflect a departure from the enclosed, dimly lit chambers typical of Egyptian sacred architecture. Instead of mysterious sanctuaries shielded from the public eye, Atenist structures prioritized visibility, movement, and interaction with daylight. This distinctive arrangement helps explain why so many compositions depict figures outdoors, raising offerings beneath a clear sky. The architecture and iconography intertwine to create a setting where divine presence was inseparable from the sun's physical radiance. Some blocks reveal architectural details that have generated debate among scholars. For example, fragments showing large, slanted altars surrounded by low walls suggests that offerings may have been burned or displayed in particularly conspicuous ways. Other reliefs depict long colonnades with columns shaped differently from the more common forms found elsewhere in Egypt. These variations support the idea that Aten temples employed unique structural solutions intended to differentiate them from older religious spaces. Since most of these buildings were dismantled soon after Akhenaten's death, the Talatat remain the primary evidence for their appearance. Attempts to reconstruct the architecture rely heavily on these fragments, yet the incomplete nature of the material ensures that many details will always remain speculative. The absence of a consistent building plan further complicates reconstruction efforts. The blocks come from multiple temple complexes in Thebes, as well as from structures at Amarna, and their arrangement cannot be assumed to follow a single pattern. Different workshops may have produced blocks with slight variations in style, even when depicting similar subjects. Some scenes suggest open areas used for large public gatherings, while others show narrow walkways that appear to channel movement towards specific ritual spaces. Because these contexts are no longer visible in their original configurations, the Talatat must be interpreted by examining recurring architectural elements and comparing them with what is known from surviving Amarna buildings. Even with these strategies, the overall design of the Theban Aten temples remains elusive. Part of the challenge lies in the fragmented nature of the corpus. Many blocks were reused in foundations and walls without regard to image preservation. Reliefs were placed face inward, altered to fit new spaces, or broken to serve construction needs. Over time, erosion, handling, and excavation damaged additional surfaces. Even so, enough details remain to show that the original compositions spanned vast stretches of wall space. Some scenes appear to have extended over dozens of meters, integrating ritual action with architectural backgrounds in sweeping narratives. That so little of this visual program survives intact underscores the scale of the destruction following Akhenaten's death. The political context behind this destruction continues to shape the interpretation of the Talatat. Akhenaten's successors, beginning with Tutankhamun, restored traditional religious practices and distanced themselves from the Atenist reforms. The systematic dismantling of Aten temples, the reinscription of monuments, and the deliberate burial of Amarna period reliefs reflect a conscious effort to erase the memory of the religious revolution. The Talatat therefore represent a rare survival of a repressed tradition, preserved only because they became convenient building material. Their survival was unintentional, yet these fragments now provide some of the clearest evidence for a moment in which Egypt's religious landscape shifted dramatically. In addition to the ideological reversal, economic and administrative factors contributed to the reuse of the blocks. Ramesside builders needed vast quantities of stone for ambitious temple expansions. The small, easily handled Talatat were ideal filler material, providing a quick solution without requiring extensive quarrying. This practical motivation ensured that thousands of blocks were buried deep within later constructions, inadvertently shielding them from erosion and looting. Their rediscovery centuries later depended entirely on the dismantling of these later temples, illustrating how archaeological finds can hinge on sequences of destruction and reconstruction that occurred long after the artifacts were created. The iconography carved onto the blocks offers clues about the broader social environment during Akhenaten's reign. Reliefs depict groups of musicians playing instruments, suggesting that sound held an important role in Atenist ceremonies. Others show attendants carrying items in processions, indicating that ritual activity may have unfolded along designated pathways surrounded by spectators. The inclusion of children, especially the royal daughters, adds a dimension of daily life that contrasts with the typical solemnity of Egyptian temple art. This blend of ritual and familial intimacy represents one of the most distinctive features of the Atenist worldview. The Talatat preserve these moments with a clarity rare in pharaonic reliefs, allowing modern observers to glimpse the performative nature of the new religious system. The Talatat also contain valuable information about artistic techniques used during the Amarna period. The raised relief carving found on most blocks displays careful attention to contour lines, especially around faces, limbs, and clothing. Artisans carved these details with a fluidity not common in earlier or later periods. Certain blocks also exhibit variations in chisel marks, suggesting that multiple workshops operated simultaneously, each contributing unique stylistic accents while adhering to a shared visual program. The standardization of block size ensured that the reliefs would align seamlessly when assembled, even if different teams worked on adjacent portions. Color traces preserved on some fragments provide rare insight into the original appearance of Atonist monuments. Vibrant pigments once filled the carved forms, creating scenes designed to be visible from across temple courtyards. Reds, yellows, and blues combined with the bright sunlight to enhance the drama of the reliefs. Although most of the pigment has faded, chemical analysis confirms that the colors were applied in layers, with binding agents and mineral components similar to those used in other Egyptian periods. The difference lies in the overall effect. The emphasis on sunlight interacting with painted reliefs may have produced a dynamic interplay between carved surfaces and shifting natural light, reinforcing the core ideology of Atenist worship. Beyond artistic and architectural elements, the Talatat provide indirect evidence for the practical organization of labor during Akhenaten's reforms. The consistent dimensions of the stones indicate a standardized production process, likely supported by teams of workers trained for rapid output. Quarrying small sandstone blocks required less specialized equipment than shaping massive building stones, making it possible for construction crews to work quickly. The efficiency of this system would have enabled Akhenaten to erect significant temples in a short period, aligning the physical infrastructure of worship with the king's rapidly evolving religious agenda. The administrative systems behind this production remain difficult to reconstruct, but the quantity and distribution of Talatat imply a coordinated state effort. Workshops may have been located near quarry sites or within temple precincts themselves, where artisans could carve blocks immediately before placement. This approach reduces transport time and suggests a logistical network designed for speed. In this sense, the Talatat represent not only artistic expressions, but also evidence of how the state adapted its bureaucratic structures to support a sweeping ideological project. Some blocks preserve inscriptions referencing specific regnal years or names associated with Akhenaten's reign. These inscriptions confirm the historical context and help narrow the time frames during which certain buildings were constructed. They also preserve forms of Aten's name that underwent modifications throughout the reign, reflecting the evolving theological doctrine. These textual fragments complement surviving stelae and boundary inscriptions, offering additional confirmation of changes documented in other sources. Although brief, they provide valuable chronological anchors that help situate the architectural program within the broader history of the period. Among the more puzzling aspects of the Talatat corpus is the presence of blocks that depict scenes unlike any others in Egyptian tradition. Some show unusual ceremonial objects or actions for which there is no parallel elsewhere in the archaeological record. Without contextual clues, these images resist interpretation. Yet they also highlight the experimental nature of Atonist religious practice. The reliefs may represent rituals unique to specific temples or ceremonies introduced late in Akhenaten's reign. Their meaning may never be fully understood, but their existence reinforces the idea that the period witnessed rapid innovation across multiple domains of religious life. Attempts to reconstruct entire wall compositions from the Talatat require meticulous comparison of carving styles, line continuities, and background patterns. In some cases, small groups of fragments have been reassembled successfully, revealing coherent scenes that once spanned multiple blocks. These reconstructed sections offer glimpses of the original narrative flow, showing how ritual actions were framed within architectural settings. Yet most blocks remain without matching neighbors, leaving large gaps in the visual story. These incomplete segments remind researchers that the majority of the Atenist program has been lost, preserved only through scattered remnants that survived by accident rather than design. As researchers continue to study the Talatat, new interpretations emerge regarding the nature of Akhenaten's reforms. Rather than viewing the period purely as a religious revolution, some scholars argue that it also represented a political restructuring that aimed to centralize authority around the royal family. The imagery on the blocks supports this idea, emphasizing the unique relationship between the king, the queen, and the Aten. This relationship, presented through countless fragments, suggests that the reforms were not simply theological innovations, but strategic efforts to redefine the foundations of Egyptian kingship. Despite all the information provided by the Talatat, their overall context remains elusive. The absence of intact temple structures, the dispersal of the blocks, and the intentional erasure of Atenist monuments all contribute to the fragmentary nature of the evidence. Even with extensive archaeological and analytical tools, the full appearance of the Theban Aten temples and the complete scope of the visual program will likely never be reconstructed. The Talatat remain fragments of a lost architectural language, preserving pieces of a vision that was dismantled almost as quickly as it was built. What the blocks do provide, however, is a lens into a period of extraordinary cultural transformation. They capture a brief moment when the boundaries of tradition were pushed aside, when artists experimented with new forms, and when the state mobilized vast resources to support an ideology that would soon vanish from official memory. Each fragment, no matter how small, contributes to a broader understanding of how the Amarna period reshaped art, architecture, religion, and governance. Together, they form a mosaic of evidence that scientists, historians, and archaeologists continue to study in pursuit of the threads that connect these scattered pieces to the vanished world that produced them. The Talatat therefore stand as more than remnants of demolished buildings. They are silent witnesses to a moment of profound disruption and creativity. Their carved surfaces preserve the ambitions of a king who sought to redefine the divine order, and the efforts of artisans who brought his vision into physical form. Though separated from their original structures, the blocks still carry the imprint of a past in which sunlight, ritual, and royal identity converged in ways unmatched in Egyptian history. They offer a path into a world shaped by rapid change, artistic innovation, and eventual erasure. A world that must now be reconstructed through pieces scattered across time and space. When the tides along the Norfolk coast shifted in the late 1990s, an arrangement of weathered oak posts appeared from the sand, revealing a structure that had remained hidden for more than 4 millennia. To the people who first noticed it, the material resembled ordinary driftwood shaped by centuries of waves and salt. Yet as archaeologists documented the layout, the pattern became unmistakable. A deliberate circle formed from upright timbers surrounding a massive tree trunk that had been inverted so its roots rose into the air like the crown of a fallen creature. This discovery offered an unexpected window into Britain's Bronze Age, presenting a monument constructed with care, effort, and intention, yet lacking any surviving explanation for why such a design was chosen. The timbers emerged from a landscape shaped constantly by erosion and deposition, a coastline where land and sea trade places over generations. The structure had once stood inland, protected by salt marsh and peat. Only the shifting shoreline exposed it again. Because prehistoric wood often decays before it can be studied, the survival of so many structural elements was unusual. The posts retained tool marks, bark textures, and growth rings that could be analyzed in detail. Even the central stump, though deeply weathered by its time in the tidal zone, preserved enough structural integrity to show how it had been shaped and positioned. These conditions gave archaeologists rare access to a wooden monument that had defied destruction through millennia of environmental change. Scientific dating confirmed that the monument was constructed around 2100 BCE, a period marked by widespread ritual activity across Britain. Timber circles, earthen structures, and ceremonial enclosures appeared in various regions during these centuries, demonstrating that communities engaged in building practices that required cooperation and shared intent. Seahenge belongs within this broader landscape, but remains distinct in its design. Unlike most timber circles, which feature posts arranged in patterns linked to sightlines or celestial observation, this one encloses a single inverted tree trunk. The selection of such an unusual centerpiece suggests a concept of symbolism not easily recovered from archaeological remains. The inverted oak itself demands attention. To uproot a tree of such size, transport it across uneven terrain, carve it into a shaped form, and install it at the center of a ring of posts required coordinated labor. The choice to place the root mass skyward transformed the trunk into a form that would have appeared unfamiliar even to people accustomed to working with wood. The roots, stripped and sculpted, created a visual focus that had no direct parallel among surviving prehistoric structures. This deliberate inversion has prompted numerous interpretations: ritual offering, mortuary platform, cosmological marker, but none can be confirmed. What is clear is that the image created by the roots rising into view would have been striking, especially when contrasted against the vertical wall of surrounding posts. The outer circle consisted of 55 oak timbers shaped with precision using bronze axes. Tool marks preserved on the posts reveal consistent chopping angles, suggesting the work of experienced craftspeople. Some posts were quarter-split to create flat inner surfaces, while others retained curved exteriors. Felling dates measured through dendrochronology show the trees were cut during the same season. This coordinated effort implies intentional planning rather than gradual construction. If the posts were installed quickly, the entire monument may have been completed within a short span of time, perhaps during a single phase of ceremonial activity. The arrangement of the posts surrounding the central stump creates a contained space with no obvious entryway. Many prehistoric enclosures include breaks or openings that align with particular directions, seasonal events, or pathways. Seahenge lacks such features. The circle forms an uninterrupted barrier, enclosing the center fully. This configuration suggests a place designed for specific participants rather than observers outside. Whether the posts acted as a visual shield, a symbolic barrier, or a structural frame for perishable materials cannot be determined, but the circle's unbroken form indicates a controlled environment for whatever ritual actions occurred within it. Archaeological analysis of the posts reveals varied degrees of preservation depending on their original position in the peat. Some retain traces of bark, others display smoothed surfaces shaped deliberately by tools. A few posts include notches or flattened areas that may have served functional purposes during construction. Although these details cannot be linked conclusively to specific tasks, they demonstrate that the builders shaped and positioned each timber carefully, creating a structure where every post held a predetermined place in the overall design. The peat that surrounded the monument preserved organic material with exceptional fidelity. Pollen samples, plant remains, and insect fragments embedded in the layers near the circle help reconstruct the environment at the time of construction. The area appears to have been a marshy landscape with patches of open water, reeds, and wetland grasses. Such an environment contrasts with the monument's present coastal setting and suggests that the builders chose a liminal landscape, neither dry land nor open water, for reasons tied to belief or ritual practice. The choice of this transitional zone may reflect ideas about boundaries, movement between states, or connections to ancestors whose presence was associated with certain environmental settings. Interpretations of Seahenge draw heavily from its environmental context. Because the monument stood in a wetland, some researchers propose that it functioned as a site for rites involving water, seasonal change, or transformation. Wetlands often appear in Bronze Age ritual archaeology as places where offerings were deposited, objects deliberately placed, or ceremonies performed. The circular form and inverted stump could have served as focal points for rites conducted during times of seasonal transition, such as midsummer or midwinter. Although no direct evidence links the monument to a specific event, the coordination required to build it implies communal participation, suggesting that its significance reached beyond a small group. Another line of inquiry focuses on the monument's potential association with death rituals. Inversion, turning an object upside down, occurs in many cultures as a symbolic act marking separation from ordinary life. The central stump may have supported a body or container, functioning as a platform for exposure or other mortuary practices. Yet no human remains were recovered from the site, and the monument shows no evidence of secondary burials. The absence of skeletal material does not rule out ritual activity, but it limits conclusions. Still, the idea that the circle served as a boundary space linked to mortality remains plausible, given the broader Bronze Age emphasis on liminal landscapes in funerary contexts. The circle's relationship to the tides invites further reflection. When built, the site stood inland, but not far from the shifting margins of salt water. The builders would have been familiar with how land near the coast transforms over years, how marsh expands or retreats, and how water slowly reclaims certain areas. Constructing a timber circle in a place shaped by gradual change reflects an understanding of landscape as dynamic rather than fixed. This awareness may have held symbolic meaning. A monument positioned where land becomes saturated, where plant matter accumulates, and where the boundary between solid ground and shifting water changes, could reflect beliefs about cycles of life, decay, and renewal. Although much attention centers on the visual impression created by the inverted tree stump, the arrangement of the posts deserves equal consideration. Their spacing suggests a careful geometric plan rather than random placement. Slight variations in height and width create subtle patterns visible when viewed from the center. Each post presents a different texture and shape, giving the circle an uneven but intentional visual rhythm. Whether this variation carried symbolic importance cannot be demonstrated, but it implies that builders chose timbers with individual characteristics rather than relying solely on uniform structural pieces. The central stump, though weathered, retains evidence of deliberate shaping. Parts of the root mass appear trimmed or smoothed, implying that the builders removed selected roots while leaving others intact. The result created a structure that combined natural growth patterns with intentional modification. This interplay between natural form and crafted form would have made the stump visually prominent. It is possible that the shape of the remaining roots carried meaning related to fertility, transformation, or ancestral presence. Although speculative, the sculpted appearance of the root system indicates that the builders viewed the stump as more than a raw tree trunk. It was a crafted centerpiece meant to communicate something recognizable to those who participated in the monument's use. The challenge in interpreting Seahenge lies in its isolation. No associated settlement, burial ground, or second monument has been linked to it conclusively. In other regions, timber circles occur in clusters or near significant ceremonial landscapes. Seahenge appears solitary, at least based on current evidence. This isolation adds weight to the idea that its location, rather than proximity to other sites, formed the basis of its meaning. Perhaps the significance was tied to a particular family, lineage, or seasonal gathering unique to a small community. Alternatively, the location may have been chosen for environmental features that have long since changed, making their importance invisible to modern observers. Excavation revealed that the posts were placed into carefully dug slots filled with compacted sediment to stabilize them. The effort required to establish such foundations in marshy ground suggests that the builders anticipated the challenges of waterlogged soil. They adapted their methods to the landscape, ensuring that the circle remained upright for as long as possible. This design consideration reinforces the idea that the monument was intended to last through multiple seasons, perhaps serving as a recurring focal point for ritual activities rather than a single event. Analytical techniques applied to the timbers, including growth ring measurement and microscopic examination, provide information about the age of the trees and the time of year they were cut. Most oaks used in the structure were felled during late spring or early summer. This seasonal clustering implies that the builders selected a particular time of year for the project, perhaps aligning construction with a ceremonial calendar. If the monument's use was tied to seasonal cycles, the timing of construction may have held symbolic significance equal to the structure itself. Although often described through comparison to stone circles, Seahenge does not mirror the design principles of better-known monuments. Where stone circles often incorporate astronomical alignments, monumental scale, or long-distance sightlines, Seahenge offers intimacy and enclosure. Its walls of timber created a confined arena where visibility from the outside was limited. This privacy suggests activities meant for a controlled audience, possibly those with specific status or roles within the community. The monument's enclosed nature contrasts with open ceremonial landscapes, indicating diverse ritual traditions coexisting across Bronze Age Britain. The discovery of a second nearby timber structure, now heavily eroded, suggests that the area may once have hosted more than one monument. Although this second structure is too fragmentary to interpret confidently, its presence hints at a broader ceremonial zone. If multiple timber circles existed here, they might have served related but distinct functions, forming a sequence of ritual spaces. Without clear evidence, the relationship between the two structures remains uncertain, yet the possibility deepens the complexity of the area's prehistoric activity. Seahenge illustrates how prehistoric communities engaged with their environment in ways that combined practical knowledge with symbolic expression. To build in a marsh required understanding soil stability, water flow, and timber behavior in wet conditions. The techniques used suggest familiarity with how oak ages in damp environments and how posts might shift over time. These practical considerations do not diminish the monument's ritual function. Rather, they demonstrate how technical knowledge and ceremonial purpose intertwined. The monument's eventual burial in peat preserved it in conditions that prevented decay. Peat growth occurs gradually as plant matter accumulates in waterlogged environments. Over centuries, layers built upon the structure, sealing the timbers in an oxygen-poor environment. This slow covering marks a transition from active ritual space to forgotten landform, long before coastal erosion revealed the posts again. The process illustrates how monuments can shift from visible cultural markers to hidden archives of information waiting to be rediscovered. The excavation and removal of Seahenge in the late 20th century generated extensive debate. Preservation required relocating the timbers to prevent further damage from exposure to air and salt water. While the decision protected the structure, it also raised questions about how modern intervention changes the context of ancient monuments. These discussions highlight the challenges of balancing conservation with respect for historic landscapes. Yet without intervention, much of the structure would have been lost to the tides, leaving only scattered fragments. As research continues, Seahenge remains a monument defined by its craftsmanship, environment, and the unanswered questions that surround it. The surviving evidence provides a rich but incomplete picture. The posts, stump, tool marks, and environmental data reveal how and when the structure was built, yet the beliefs guiding its construction remain obscured by the absence of written records. This combination of clarity and mystery makes the monument one of the most compelling examples of prehistoric ritual architecture in Britain. Examining the monument in relation to other Bronze Age wooden structures reveals both connections and divergences. Sites scattered across Britain contain timber posts arranged in circles, arcs, or alignments. Some appear associated with processional routes, others mark thresholds or boundaries. Yet few include a central feature with the distinctive configuration seen at Seahenge. Most known timber circles include posts set in symmetrical arrangements without a dominant focal element. By contrast, Seahenge's inverted oak transforms the space into a single-centered arena, emphasizing the stump as the defining feature. This distinction sets it apart within the broader corpus of prehistoric wooden monuments. The labor involved in transporting the inverted tree suggests planning that extended beyond immediate practical needs. A tree of such size would not have been located directly beside the wetland. Moving it required cooperation, tools capable of shifting heavy weight, and perhaps seasonal timing that allowed access across drier ground. The decision to orient the roots upward reinforces the impression that the tree held significance independent of its material usefulness. Whether the stump served as a seat, platform, symbolic axis, or representation of something mythic cannot be known. What can be said with certainty is that the effort invested in acquiring it implies meaning understood by those who built the circle. Further insight emerges from comparing Seahenge with waterlogged sites in Northern Europe. Throughout Denmark, Germany, and the Netherlands, wooden structures associated with wetlands reflect patterns of ritual deposition and construction. Archaeologists at sites such as Bormos and Illerup Odal have documented offerings placed into bogs, including weapons, wooden figures, and personal ornaments. Although Seahenge does not display the same characteristics as weapon deposits or extended sacrificial zones, it belongs to a larger tradition in which wetlands serve as locations for ceremonial practices not performed in ordinary landscapes. The structure's setting suggests that the builders may have viewed saturated ground as appropriate for acts connecting the living with forces beyond immediate human experience. Environmental analyses conducted around the site point toward a landscape influenced by seasonal flooding. Shifts in water levels could change the appearance of the monument depending on the time of year. During drier months, the posts would have stood above firm ground covered in vegetation. During wetter periods, water might have gathered around the bases, partially reflecting the timbers and altering their visual presence. Such seasonal variation could have played a role in how the monument functioned. If specific activities took place during certain months, participants would have experienced the circle differently depending on conditions. This variability underscores the dynamic nature of the monument's original environment. The absence of domestic debris around the site reinforces the impression that Seahenge was not built for daily use. No hearths, pottery fragments, food remains, or settlement structures have been found in immediate proximity. Instead, the monument appears isolated from routine activity. This separation aligns with patterns seen at other ritual sites, where deliberate choices lead to the construction of spaces set apart from daily life. By creating a boundary formed of upright posts, the builders established a place distinct in function and meaning, reinforcing a spatial divide between ordinary tasks and ceremonial purpose. Interpretations of the monument's ideological background vary widely among scholars. One approach emphasizes cosmology, suggesting that the inverted stump symbolizes a world axis or connection between realms. In this view, the roots reaching upward could represent access toward an unseen sphere, while the surrounding posts create a controlled environment where transitions between states might be enacted. Another interpretive framework centers on transformation, where inversion signals a break from the usual direction of life and growth. Turning a tree upside down might mark an inversion of ordinary experience, suitable for rites dealing with renewal, death, or communal reorganization. Mortuary interpretations also persist because many Bronze Age rituals involved complex handling of human remains. Exposure platforms, cremation ceremonies, and secondary burial practices all appear in archaeological evidence across Britain and Northern Europe. While no remains were found at Seahenge, the possibility that the central stump once supported materials that did not survive, such as wrapped bodies, wooden containers, or organic offerings, cannot be dismissed. Organic materials placed upon the stump could have decomposed without leaving visible traces. The circle itself could have served as a protected arena for such activities, designed to shield them from outside view. Different interpretations highlight the challenge of drawing conclusions without written records. Bronze Age communities transmitted belief systems through oral tradition, performance, and craft. These methods leave fewer direct traces than texts or inscriptions. As a result, the meanings behind structures like Seahenge must be inferred from patterns in material culture and environmental context. Even then, such interpretations remain provisional because symbols can vary between communities and regions. What one group viewed as a representation of seasonal change, another might have understood as a marker of lineage, conflict resolution, or territorial identity. Despite uncertainties, the monument's construction signals shared effort. The labor required to transport, shape, and erect the posts suggests cooperation among multiple households or a community led by individuals with authority. Coordinated labor implies occasions where people gathered for tasks beyond agricultural or domestic needs. Such gatherings often include ritual components, whether acknowledged formally or integrated into work. Building Seahenge may have reinforced social cohesion, reaffirming bonds among participants who contributed time and energy to create a lasting structure. In this sense, the monument's significance extends beyond its final form to encompass the processes that brought it into being. Looking at the broader archaeological landscape of Britain around 2100 BCE, reveals shifts in how communities expressed identity and belief. Stone circles, timber avenues, mounds, and enclosures appear in increasing numbers. The period saw changes in burial practices, with new forms of monument construction emerging alongside continued traditions. Seahenge forms part of this complex mosaic, representing a localized interpretation of themes found across the region. While larger monuments like Stonehenge draw attention for their scale and engineering, smaller wooden structures provide equally important insights into how communities understood their world. The choice of oak for the circle was not accidental. Oak trees held value for their durability, strength, and longevity. Their presence in ritual contexts suggests that their material properties carried symbolic meaning. In some later European traditions, oaks became associated with deities linked to strength, storms, or guardianship. Although these associations cannot be projected directly onto Bronze Age Britain, the cultural prominence of oak across millennia indicates that its selection for Seahenge may have carried resonance beyond availability. The builders chose a tree widely recognized for its stature and stability, qualities that could mirror ideas central to the ritual performed at the site. The monument's orientation offers additional clues, although interpretations remain contested. Some analyses propose that the circle aligns loosely with solar events, while others view such alignments as coincidental due to the curvature of the coastline and uneven preservation of the posts. Without clear evidence, astronomical interpretations cannot be confirmed. However, the possibility remains that the builders considered celestial movement when placing the stump or positioning the posts. Even slight alignments can reflect symbolic intent rather than precise observational science, indicating a worldview in which the sun or seasonal cycles possessed meaning expressed through architectural design. After the monument's construction, environmental change gradually buried it beneath peat. Over generations, the original function faded from collective memory. Without ongoing maintenance or repeated use, the posts would have weathered, softened, and eventually disappeared beneath vegetation. The transition from active ritual space to forgotten landscape likely occurred within a few centuries, long before the coastline shifted dramatically. This timeline demonstrates how cultural memory can erode as environments change. What once held communal significance became a feature of the marsh, unnoticed until erosion revealed it thousands of years later. Once exposed by the tides, the timbers faced rapid deterioration. Waterlogged wood preserved in anaerobic conditions decays quickly when exposed to oxygen. Archaeologists recognized the urgency of documenting, recording, and removing the posts before they became too damaged to study. The timbers required specialized treatment to stabilize them, including controlled polyethylene glycol infusion and freeze drying. Conservation of waterlogged wood is time-intensive, but necessary for long-term preservation. These treatment processes have allowed researchers to examine the monument with a level of detail impossible in the field. The documentation created during excavation, including three-dimensional mapping, photographs, and detailed drawings, ensures that information about the monument remains accessible, even though the timbers no longer stand in their original position. While removing the structure from its landscape alters its context, the trade-off preserves material that would otherwise be destroyed. Reconstruction efforts in museum settings attempt to balance educational interpretation with accuracy, presenting the circle in ways that allow viewers to comprehend the structure's scale and craftsmanship. Although such displays cannot replicate the environmental conditions that shaped the monument's original impact, they offer valuable insight into its design. The ongoing study of Seahenge draws on multiple disciplines, including archaeology, dendrochronology, environmental science, and landscape analysis. Each provides a distinct perspective, contributing to a more complete understanding of the site. Growth ring analysis places the construction firmly within a specific year, when multiple trees were cut in sequence. Environmental sampling reconstructs plant communities present at the time, revealing a landscape markedly different from the modern coastline. Geological studies document how shoreline processes gradually shifted sediment and exposed the monument. These converging lines of evidence create a comprehensive picture of the site, even if its original purpose remains unrecoverable. While many aspects of Seahenge defy precise explanation, the traces that survive offer rare glimpses into the intention, skill, and worldview of a community living more than 4,000 years ago. The posts reflect cooperative labor, the central stump suggests symbolic focus, and the setting underscores an understanding of place tied to identities that left no written legacy. The monument becomes a record of decisions made by people who shaped their landscape with meaning, leaving behind forms that continue to prompt investigation. In interpreting such sites, scholars emphasize the need for caution. Modern perspectives risk imposing frameworks that obscure rather than reveal Bronze Age thought. By focusing primarily on evidence, timber placement, environmental context, tool marks, researchers strive to build interpretations that remain grounded in material facts. Yet acknowledging the limitations of such evidence is essential. Without texts or living traditions, monuments like Seahenge occupy a space where certainty is limited and ambiguity forms part of the story. Even with unanswered questions, the structure contributes significantly to knowledge of prehistoric ritual practice. It reveals that communities invested substantial effort into constructing places not meant for daily tasks or long-term habitation. Today, the area where Seahenge once stood bears little resemblance to its Bronze Age environment. The shifting coastline has reshaped the land, water levels have altered, and modern infrastructure occupies areas once covered by marsh. Yet the rediscovery of the monument ties the present landscape to its prehistoric past, offering a reminder of deep time. By studying the timbers and the environment that once surrounded them, researchers gain insight into how different communities interpreted and shaped the world around them. The structure speaks quietly through tool marks, wood grain, and the arrangement of its posts. These traces reveal choices made with intention and skill, rooted in beliefs expressed through craft rather than inscription. For modern observers, the monument offers a rare opportunity to examine layers of meaning preserved in material form. It invites attention to the ways people connect ritual to landscape, memory to structure, and community to shared tasks. Although the monument no longer stands in its original setting, the information it provides continues to grow as new analytical techniques emerge. Each advancement in dendrochronology, environmental reconstruction, or microscopic study can extract additional detail from the preserved timbers. These ongoing investigations ensure that the structure remains part of a continually expanding conversation about prehistoric Britain. In its preserved state, Seahenge remains a testament to the complexity of Bronze Age life. It shows that communities without writing conveyed meaning through form, labor, and placement. Its design reflects values tied to both the material world and beliefs not easily reconstructed. Even without definitive interpretation, the structure contributes to an understanding of prehistoric identity shaped through engagement with wood, water, and environment. The circle holds no inscription to clarify its purpose, yet its timber posts and central stump continue to shape discussions about how ancient communities conceived of ritual space. Through its material presence, the monument demonstrates that meaning does not require words to endure across time. Its form carries the memory of those who built it, preserving a quiet legacy of intention expressed through craft and landscape. As these stories settle in the mind, what stands out most is how much of the past remains silent, waiting for interpretation. Each site, each artifact, each fragment of a forgotten world invites its own questions, and your thoughts help shape the conversation around them. If any of these mysteries sparked a reaction, or if you see them differently, feel free to share your perspective below. Your insight adds another layer to the journey. If you'd like to follow more of these long explorations into history's quieter corners, consider subscribing to the channel. It helps the work continue and ensures you never miss what comes next. Until next time.